Elgin, Middlesex, London. The doors be open. Qu'on ouvre les portes. Order. Alors. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député de Pierre Boucher.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher. Mr. Speaker, for months now, we've been trying to raise the government's awareness about tax unfairness. And there's an $800,000 tax break for capital gains, and you can't really benefit from that when you sell your company to a family member, and that's very unfair towards family businesses. So we're starting from scratch. We sent a letter to the finance minister. We asked a number of questions in the House, but the government remains silent. And so we've had to turn to the media and the Federation of Quebec Chambers of Commerce. Yesterday, the second opposition party filed a bill on the same topic, and I'm delighted about this. Let's put aside partisanship and work together on this important matter.
Mr. Speaker, it is my privilege today to recognize an evolving industry in my community of London North Centre. The tech sector has emerged over the past several years as a significant contributor to the local economy. Currently, over 300 tech firms operate in London. World-class companies such as Dipley, Big Blue Bubble, Race Roster, Ellipsis Digital, and Big Viking Games are doing innovative and creative work in the Forest City and are global leaders in their field. There is also Voices.com, the world's #1 voice-over marketplace. Every day, Voices.com connects companies with voice-over talent from around the world. Recently, I had the pleasure of meeting the Chief Brand Officer, Stephanie Cicerelli, and her enthusiastic team. The company has surpassed the 100-employee mark recently, Mr. Speaker, and this number will rise to 200 in just a few short months. Innovation and technology are thriving in London, and I'm excited for this continued growth, which will result in well-paying jobs in a creative and dynamic industry. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
For Regina Capella.
Mr. Speaker, the vast majority of Canadians have in some way been affected by cancer, and that is why I rise today to highlight that May is Bladder Cancer Awareness Month. Bladder cancer is the 5th most common cancer in Canada, and there are roughly 8,300 Canadians who are diagnosed with this potentially deadly disease each year. Due to the extremely high recurrence rate on a per patient basis, bladder cancer is noted as the most expensive cancer to treat. It is essential to know that there are treatments to slow the spread and perhaps even stop the spread of this kind of cancer. However, like most forms of cancer, early detection is key. For those suffering, Bladder Cancer Canada is there for you. They provide various patient educational services, support groups, and allow you to connect with others who are in a similar situation. I encourage all Canadians to become aware of the symptoms and risks of bladder cancer and consult a medical expert should you exhibit such symptoms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have heard time and again that Toronto, Canada, is the Hollywood of the North. Well, I'd like to bring a little bit more focus to this discussion. Mr. Speaker, Etobicoke Lakeshore is a major hub of the Canadian television and film industry. We are home to TV series Mayday by well-known film director Tim Walkichuk. Mr. Walkichuk is also the director of the Canadian film Storming Juno and recently the highly acclaimed We Were Children, which chronicles the residential school crisis. It's a movie all Canadians should watch. It is also home to William F. White, the leading provider of professional production equipment in Canada. Lakeshore Cineface Film Studio is the largest film studio campus in Canada. Recently, Etobicoke Lakeshore hosted Lake Shorts, an internationally acclaimed short film festival celebrating their 6th year. Mr. Speaker, the Hollywood North designation may be changing. I heard a rumor that the Hollywood sign in Los Angeles is coming down, and there's one going up saying Etobicoke Lakeshore South.
Member for Vancouver East.
The Marie tragedy is a reflection of the discriminatory exclusion laws that existed in Canada. Nearly 400 passengers were refused entry in Canada, they were sent back to India, and 20 were killed. The NDP has long advocated that a respectful apology made in the House of Commons for this dark chapter of our history. On February the 3rd, I carry on the hard work of former MPs Jasper Sendhu and Ginny Sims and table my motion to call for action. Let's all acknowledge the hard work of the Professor Mohan Singh Memorial Foundation for initiating the call for justice in 2012 and for not losing sight of the now Prime Minister's commitment that he would make the apology within the first 90 days of his mandate. While today is not exactly 90 days of the Liberal government's mandate, but hey, better late than never. After all, we have already waited 102 years. Thank you to everyone for your unwavering hard work and dedication. Thank you to the government for honoring this significant commitment.
Member for Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs. Mr. Speaker, today a number of my colleagues and I are fasting for one day in solidarity with the millions of Canadians who every day go without enough food to eat. In fact, 13% of Canadians live in a state of food insecurity. To make up for this lack created by our society, almost 1 million Canadians, a third of them kids, resort to food banks every month, a 23% increase since 2008.
Who visit food banks come from all backgrounds. They are families with children, the working poor, and Canadians living on fixed incomes, such as seniors and the disabled. In my riding alone, more than 24 food banks serve Montreal's needy, including Share the Warmth, Mission du Grand Berger, Accueil Bonneau, St. Columba House, and Gurudwara Sahib, where every hungry person is welcome regardless of faith. Mr. Speaker, I'm hungry, but unlike far too many Canadians, I have the luxury of knowing that my hunger is only temporary.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, many residents will eventually return to Fort McMurray, only to find that they've lost everything to the ravages of a devastating wildfire. We can only imagine what they must be going through as their lives have been turned completely upside down. But through all the devastation, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Red Cross, the Salvation Army, the local churches, and many other charitable groups have been there to help. I often wonder, where would we be without organizations like these? In Parliament recently, I introduced the Fairness and Charitable Gifts Act, Bill C-239, which seeks to strengthen the charitable sector by increasing incentives for charitable giving. With this bill, donors to registered charities would receive the same generous federal tax credits that donors to political charities receive. Bill C-239 would make it more affordable for Canadians to donate to charitable causes, and in turn, charities across Canada would benefit greatly as more dollars would be freed up for donations. Mr. Speaker, let's continue to support the charities as they continue to support those in need.
Honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, hard-working farmers could not grow and provide quality agricultural products without the right tools. Fertilizer Canada and its member companies do an excellent job of providing them with the right expertise and fertilizer. McEwen Agri Centre and the Embrun Co-op help many farmers in my riding. McEwen Agri Centre is a national leader in the implementation of the 4R nutrient stewardship strategy, which increases yields and profitability for farmers while reducing emissions of greenhouse gases and decreasing nutrient loss into waterways. The Canadian fertilizer industry contributes $12 billion to the Canadian economy and employs 12,000 people. Last year, 46% of the world's potash came from Canada. Over the next 30 years, the world will need to increase food production by 70%. I look forward to working with farmers and Fertilizer Canada to make sure Canada seizes this exporting opportunity. Thank you.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, today my team and I are fasting for Hunger on the Hill. This initiative, led by Food Banks Canada, asks you to go without food for a day. We are fasting for one day to try and draw awareness to the fact that countless Canadians and their children go hungry every day. Tonight, I know I will eat dinner, but for many people who live in our communities, that is not an option. Plus de 800,000 personnes.
Over 800,000 people every month rely on food banks to fill their plate. 1/3 of them are children or young people. There are over 500 food banks in Canada. We can and should do better. We have to guarantee the food security of all Canadians. With measures like the Canada Child Benefit and the Enhanced Guaranteed Income Supplement, we can offset food insecurity and help people get the healthy and nutritious food they need. Thank you.
For Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, I stand today to raise awareness of the plight of Afghani Sikhs in light of Prime Minister's apology for the Kamagata Maru. It was only a few decades ago that over 200,000 Sikhs lived in Afghanistan. Tragically, that number has dwindled to less than 2,000. And why, Mr. Speaker? Because they continually encountered social discrimination and physical intimidation. Fleeing Sikhs now remain stuck in the surrounding countries. An additional secretary from Shromani Gurdwara Prabandhak Committee visited me to plead for Canada's assistance. This Liberal government has expressed an attitude of indifference towards the plight of Afghani Sikhs. But, Mr. Speaker, I will always stand up for Afghani Sikhs and those persecuted around the world. Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, 7 years ago today, the 26-year-old war in Sri Lanka ended with over 100,000 innocent lives lost and 300,000 people internally displaced. There are grave allegations of war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide against the Tamil people. These victims demand justice. The path to peace in Sri Lanka cannot be achieved without accountability, and accountability cannot be achieved without victims having confidence in an impartial, independent, and internationally supported system devoid of political influence and entrenched in the rule of law. The Sri Lankan state has demonstrated its unwillingness to live up to its commitments to the international community. Canada must therefore submit the matter to the United Nations Security Council for referral to the International Criminal Court. For generations, Canadians have stood up for human rights on the world stage. This is a clear opportunity for Canada to lead the way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, Guelph has a great honour and privilege to host the Ontario Special Olympics. Next weekend, athletes and spectators from across the province will gather in Guelph in a spirit of sportsmanship, inclusion, and friendship. I wish to personally extend my congratulations and sincere admiration to all the athletes participating. Your dedication and perseverance is unmatched. We must all remember that no matter who wins, we all share common goals: to promote physical fitness, demonstrate courage and fairness, experience joy, and build friendships with other Special Olympic athletes, their friends and family, and the community. To all the athletes and their families and friends, welcome to Guelph, do your best, and know we're all cheering for you.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to be an Albertan and a Canadian. In my riding, I have seen children setting up lemonade stands at the end of their driveways, young Canadians organizing car washes, and organizations putting on barbecues, all in support of Fort McMurray. In addition, just today, the City of Edmonton Fire Service sent their 5th deployment of men and women to fight the fires that are still raging on. The Edmonton Evacuation Centre at Northlands has become a resource where those from Fort McMurray can find refuge during one of the worst natural disasters in Alberta's history. My city, Edmonton, has opened our doors to these families, and in Edmonton's generous spirit, that is giving Fort McMurray and Alberta hope. Rebuilding Fort McMurray is going to take leadership, hard work, and patience, but I know Edmontonians will continue to be a part of this process. Mr. Speaker, let us stand together in this House and commit to ensuring that Fort McMurray will not be forgotten.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, this week the Government of Canada is marking Gender-Based Analysis Awareness Week with a theme of embracing diversity and delivering results. By encouraging implementation of gender-based analysis, or GBA, across federal departments and agencies, government decisions on policies, programs and legislation will better reflect the needs of all Canadians. For example, GBA was recently applied to the government's social infrastructure strategy and identified the particular needs of women and children, resulting in greater investments in shelters and transition housing. GBA Awareness Week also provides an opportunity for each of us as parliamentarians to advance gender equality by applying GBA to all of our work. My staff and I have completed GBA training so that we can better understand the needs of our constituents in Oakville North Burlington and all Canadians. I challenge all MPs and their staff to do the same.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Mr. Speaker, at the latest Congress of the ACFAS, the results of a survey on sexuality, security, and on-campus interactions were released. Researchers found that 1 in 3 students had experienced sexual violence at university. The typical scenario is a young undergraduate female being assaulted by a male student without reporting the incident to the appropriate authorities out of fear and shame. It's deeply upsetting that we're still seeing this in 2016. There have been lots of campaigns in recent years. For example, in Quebec, there's the University of Montreal's Without a Yes, It's a No campaign launched in March. Across Canada, the Canadian Federation of Students has a No Means No campaign. We have to do more. In Parliament, we adopted a plan on violence against women. We need to do something, and it starts with us setting an example here in the House by doing a better job. We need to do a better job of combating sexism and harassment in our society. Thank you.
Lake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the legendary leader of the Crimean Tatars and Ukrainian MP, Mustafa Jamilov, is in Ottawa today to commemorate the 76th anniversary of the forced deportation of Indigenous Tatars from the Crimean Peninsula by Soviet leader Joseph Stalin. More than 230,000 people were deported in 1944. 100,000 died. Now history is repeating itself. Since the illegal occupation and annexation of Crimea by Russia, President Putin's thugs are targeting Tatars again. These corrupt Russian officials are abusing the rights of Tatars in Crimea. First, they attacked their freedom of religion and closed their mosques. Then they attacked their freedom of press by shutting down their media. Next, the Kremlin closed the Tatars' legislature, the Mejlis, taking away their freedom of assembly. The Tatars are now labeled enemies of the state. Mr. Jamilov has again been forced into exile and his son in prison. Whether it takes 5 months or 50 years, Canada will always recognize Crimea as Ukrainian territory. Russia must get out of Ukraine.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, today is the 213th anniversary of the creation of the flag of the Republic of Haiti, my country of origin. There are almost 150,000 Canadians of Haitian origin. I'm proud to highlight the considerable and diversified contribution we have made in fields like health, education, justice, transportation, sports, and increasingly in politics. Mr. Speaker, the next generation is on its way. Our young people are full of energy and ideas, and they are an extension of our presence here in Canada. I salute His Excellency the Ambassador of Haiti in Canada, Mr. France Litaud. Happy anniversary of the flag.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Speaker, now we know what the Prime Minister really thinks about democracy. During the election, he said, and I quote, "We will not resort to legislative tricks to avoid scrutiny." Now, without any justification, he has changed the rules to eliminate accountability and take power away from the opposition parties. Instead of a government in opposition, he just wants a government and an audience. How can the Prime Minister justify such a lack of respect for Parliament?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, we have tremendous respect for Parliament. That's why we're proposing to extend sitting hours to allow members of Parliament to contribute thoughtful, responsible interjections on a broad range of topics. We made the commitment to Canadians that we would make this government work for them, that we would put forward the kinds of issues that mattered to them, that they voted for in the election, and that's exactly what we are doing. We're putting forward an agenda that they have asked us to deliver on, and we're inviting all members in this House to speak at length and share their perspectives on all the legislation.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we knew that he admired the basic Chinese dictatorship, but we didn't think he'd actually emulate it.
This week, we're discovering the real nature of the Prime Minister. He's treating this as a farce. Instead of having a government and an opposition, the government have created a government and an audience. How can the Prime Minister, to justify his lack of respect, how can he justify his lack of respect for Parliament? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Done.
Mr. Speaker, we were elected on a platform, an ambitious platform for Canadians, filled with change to deliver the solemn commitments that we made. The reality is we're offering the opposition more time to share their views, to share their perspectives, and we believe in the robust commitment that must be shown here, and Canadians expect this government to deliver on the promises that we were elected to deliver. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, speaking of a lack of respect, he's also intent on changing the rules of democracy without giving every Canadian a say. Mr. Speaker, this House belongs to Canadians, and when you change the rules of democracy, every Canadian should have a say. It's obvious to Canadians that the only way that this process will be transparent and open is if we have a referendum. So why isn't it obvious to the Prime Minister?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I'm always bemused to hear the members opposite talk about how important it is to engage and consult Canadians when they brought in the Unfair Elections Act, ramming it through to help them try and get re-elected. The fact of the matter is we committed to making this past election, the last one in this country under first past the post. We committed to consult broadly with Canadians and pay particular attention to minority groups and underrepresented groups that would be allowed to weigh in on how to make our electoral system and indeed our governance better, and that's exactly what we are going to do.
Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. The Prime Minister campaigned, and what did he say? We will not resort to legislative tricks. Well, they failed, Mr. Speaker, because they aren't respecting what they said during the campaign. There is a strong opposition, and we're going to continue putting questions. They said they wanted to give more power to elected officials, but he's muzzling them. Can the Prime Minister tell Canadians why he's doing the opposite of what he campaigned on? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, I think that Canadians who are listening to this exchange are quite perplexed because what they see is that we're giving the opposition more opportunities to share their views, to participate in debate, to make speeches, more opportunities for members of all parties to share their opinions in this House, because Canadians expect us to deliver on the ambitious promises that we made, and that is exactly what they expect us to do.
Come on.
Well, member for Outremont. Now, they're saying that they wanted to consult, but they need to make some choices. If they consult Canadians, they have to listen to them and take into account what they're saying. Now, Mr. Speaker, from now on, this Prime Minister, through his choices and lack of respect from the House, will he at least face Canadians and give them an opportunity to vote on a referendum on their future. The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, 60% of Canadians voted in favour of a party that committed to changing the electoral system. Canadians spoke out very clearly. They wanted the last election to be the last under the form that was used, and we are committed to consulting Canadians, to listen to Canadians, to talk about the kind of democracy and process that they want, to have better governance, and that is exactly what we're going to do. The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, even the Conservatives on their worst days never tried to stifle democracy the way the Liberals are doing it today. And on the very important issue of physician-assisted dying, after Liberals shut down debate, the Alberta Court of Appeal has now declared that the government is contradicting the Supreme Court's ruling. This is exactly as most experts had predicted. With this new court ruling, will the Prime Minister either refer this bill to the Supreme Court or make the necessary changes to make it constitutional?
Honourable Prime Minister.
First off, Mr. Speaker, it amazes me that the member opposite could think that offering more opportunities for the members opposite to weigh in and to give speeches in this House would somehow count as limiting democracy. And secondly, on the issue of medical assistance in dying, we understand that this is a big step for Canada. We are creating a responsible regime that will allow us to move forward in a thoughtful way that defends Canadians' rights and freedoms while protecting the most vulnerable. That's what Canadians expect us to do. That's exactly what we are doing.
Honourable Member for Outremont. What betrayal of their promise and what arrogance. They're attacking the fundamental basis of Canada's democracy, Mr. Speaker. After having promised real discussion on medical assistance in dying, the government is stifling debate. The Alberta Court of Appeal has just stated that the government's proposal runs counter to the Constitution. It's unconstitutional. How can the Prime Minister explain that broken promise to people who need the legislation? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, what the Court of Appeal in Alberta underscored is that we need to have a legislative framework to enable citizens seeking medical assistance in dying to obtain it safely and to know that action won't be taken against physicians. We need a legislative framework. We are taking a big step as a society with this legislation, and it must be taken in a responsible manner. That is precisely what we're doing. The Honourable Member for Outremont. What's increasingly clear is that he doesn't understand anything about this file, Mr. Speaker. We can't count the number of broken promises made on the other side of the House. Now, with Mr. Jackhammer Denis Coderre, the Prime Minister committed to restoring home mail delivery. Now he wants to create a committee. Canadians and Quebecers during the campaign spoke out. They want home mail delivery restored. Why is the Prime Minister breaking this promise as well? The Right Honourable for the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, to be transparent, we always talked about our platform, and it's still available on the website at liberal.ca. He can look at it and see that we have committed to ensuring that Canadians receive the services they need at a reasonable price for Canadians. We committed to doing what the previous government didn't do. We are consulting Canadians. We're talking about mayors. We're talking to mayors, rather. We're talking about delivering the best service possible expected by Canadians as regards Canada Post.
Video of him promising to restore door-to-door mail delivery September 3rd. That's online as well, Mr. Speaker. After campaigning on a black and white promise to end the Conservative court case against veterans, the Liberals are now taking veterans back to court with the same lawyers and the same arguments to try to block them from getting the benefits they deserve and that the Liberals promised. It's disgusting. The reaction from veterans, quote, it's a betrayal, and, quote, they have turned the Liberal election campaign into a lie. Will the Prime Minister show a shred of decency and stop taking our veterans to court?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Veterans who've served this country extraordinarily well deserve more than people trying to play politics on their backs. Veterans across this country know that in Budget 2016 we put forward historic measures that will fix the 10 years of neglect.
Order. There are going to be strong statements on both sides, and most members are able to listen to those strong statements without reacting. Let's please also all do so. The Right Honourable Prime Minister has a few seconds left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 10 years of neglect by the government opposite left us an awful lot to do to make things right for veterans. And that's why I'm so proud of our Minister for Veterans Affairs, who's been working with them, listening and putting forward concrete measures to reopen closed offices and offer them more support. And we, of course, are looking forward to continuing to work with veterans and advocacy groups across this country to deliver.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
On that issue, Mr. Speaker, it's not about delivering something more, it's about not doing something, not taking veterans to court. But, you know, the Prime Minister was a little embarrassed on Monday because 25% of his caucus was caught taking the day off. He promised to make Parliament more independent by empowering individual MPs and opposition parties. Now his pride has got the best of him, and he's planning on suppressing every rule that he doesn't like. Everything the Prime Minister ever said about respecting Parliament was obviously a sham. This is simply a vindictive act of spiteful retribution. By suppressing the rules of our House of Commons, isn't the Prime Minister showing a clear disdain for Parliament and contradicting everything he said during the campaign?
Mr. Speaker, my friend across the aisle knows very well that what we're seeking to do, in fact, is to allow more members of Parliament to speak, to ensure that important government legislation can have a full and complete debate in this House. And, Mr. Speaker, that's why we were disappointed when yesterday I proposed exactly the same wording that my friend in front had proposed to extend the hours of the debate on government legislation. And what a surprise, Mr. Speaker, it was turned down.
For Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, during the campaign, the Prime Minister said he wanted Parliament to hold the government to account. Well, we did, and his response is nothing short of tyrannical. Now that the opposition has become an inconvenience to the Prime Minister, he's lost his temper. This isn't about giving members of Parliament more time to debate. This is about taking away the tools that exist for the opposition to hold the government to account. If this is how the Prime Minister reacts to when the House of Commons holds him to account, how can we trust him to manage the changes to the democratic electoral system this summer?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, again, it's a bit ironic that a Conservative member would talk about government being accountable to Parliament. One of the tools that my friend maybe is upset that we will temporarily suspend would be his ability to get up in the middle of the day and try and adjourn the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, we're here to work, and in no other workplace, Mr. Speaker.
Order. It won't surprise members. We're having trouble hearing the answer. And we're going to have to hear the answer, whether we like it or not, and the questions, whether we like them or not. So the Honourable Government House Leader has a few more seconds.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. In no other workplace is it acceptable to arrive at work and pull the fire alarm and make all your colleagues cancel their meetings and committees. Today alone, Mr. Speaker, over 20 witnesses will be disrupted at committees.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the Minister responsible for election reform repeats over and over that 6 months will be enough to study the various models for reform, thanks to the new means of communication from the 21st century. Apart from referring to Twitter, she hasn't given any additional information on what means will be used. Mr. Speaker, the Minister is accusing us of talking about referendums, just about referendums. I'm giving her an opportunity now to explain how she plans to consult Canadians and what means would she proposes to use that would be better than a referendum.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin by acknowledging what a great honour to be in this House today, especially. And I recognize that electoral reform, democratic reform overall, will not be easy. It's never been easy. It requires the collective will of every single member of this House to come to the table and work together to ensure that the voices of those in their communities who are often unheard and ignored are included in this conversation. My challenge to the member opposite is to come to the table with constructive and effective conversations that can allow us to meet our mutual goal.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, there we can see that the Minister didn't answer the question that I put to her. Mr. Speaker, for the Minister, the referendum isn't a good means of consultation. So let's do some simple math here. Let's take the number of registered voters in Canada, 26 million. Let's look at the hypothesis that say only 50% of Canadian voters vote in a referendum on the issue. That leaves us with 13 million. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister tell us if she really thinks that a parliamentary committee will be in a position to consult more than 13 million Canadians in less than 6 months?
Democratic institutions.
Mr. Speaker, as I've mentioned on numerous occasions over the past week in this House, it is not just up to the committee to do this work. It is up to all of us in this House to do this work. My parliamentary secretary and I will be announcing further methods of outreach in the days and weeks to come. However, Mr. Speaker, if there is no collective will by all members of this House, we will not do this process the justice it deserves. Let's work together to serve the best interests of Canadians and not our political parties.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has set up a special committee without consulting the opposition, is using his artificial majority of seats that he himself says is in fact illegitimate in order to ram through a system that only benefits Liberals, and he refuses to consult Canadians in a referendum. Mr. Speaker, the Canadians should have the final say on this matter. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing and agree to hold a referendum?
Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, democracy is more than just about voting. It's about working together to ensure that every voice and every perspective is engaged and included in governance. In the past, the Progressive Conservative Party extended the right to vote to women and Indigenous persons. The party did not hold a referendum. It came to Parliament and they collectively worked together to do the right thing. Let's do the right thing, Mr. Speaker. Let's work together and modernize our electoral system.
Mr. Speaker, 2/3 of Canadians would like us to have a referendum with regards to this issue. The Minister of Democratic Reform does not understand that the voice of millions of Canadians in a referendum is far better than the hundreds that a committee might be able to hear. She has claimed countless times that she would like to, open quote, put the interests of Canadians ahead of party interests, end quote. I would encourage her then to live up to her words of commitment and to put Canadians first. Why won't the Liberals let Canadians have the final say by holding a national referendum?
Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, democratic reform requires leadership. Leadership to engage and to consult Canadians, but also leadership to act and do the right thing. When this right was extended to women and to Indigenous persons without restrictions, this House did so by demonstrating true leadership. Let's do that again, Mr. Speaker. Let's work together to ensure that the voices of those who don't traditionally get an opportunity to be included in this process are included this time.
Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. It's rare to have an opportunity to have a real discussion on our election system. We have a historic opportunity to put an end to an archaic system that creates false majorities like the one obtained by the Liberals in the last election. But with the parliamentary straitjacket put on us by the Liberals yesterday, it's difficult to see how they won't use their false majority to impose their will. Can the Liberals today ensure this House that they will do the only thing worthy of our democracy and proceed with the support of the opposition.
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I've been seeking the support of the opposition since I began my mandate. We need to do this work together, but if the members opposite have already made up their mind and are not coming to the table with progressive and constructive options, then they cannot criticize us for not doing the work that we promised we would do to the Canadians who elected us.
Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, we have an historic opportunity to finally get rid of first past the post, but Canadians are growing increasingly worried and disappointed with this government. The minister claims that she wants to work together with opposition, then Liberals shoot down exactly every idea we give them. She claims she wants to be nonpartisan, then Liberals stack the deck on the committee choosing the new system. So let's have a clear answer to a clear question. Will the minister respect the millions of Canadians represented by the opposition and agree not to pass any changes to our Electoral Reform Act without the support of one of those parties? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, if working with other parties was not important to us, we would not have demonstrated the leadership that we did when we ensured that the two unrecognized parties in this House, the Bloc Québécois and the Green, would be included in this important conversation. I am looking forward to my meetings with all my critics, and I hope that this is an issue that we can work together and ensure that Canada displays and continues to display the leadership it needs to on the agenda of democratic reform.
For Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bizarre spectacle yesterday of the minister arguing that referendums are non-inclusive shows that she has no idea how they work. A referendum will not and does not replace the minister's ultra-inclusive, super-de-duper consultation process, which has been received with such accolades in the media over the last few days. Rather, a referendum is a final step. It's the one in which Canadians get to say yes or no to what came before, including finding out whether or not the government's going to pay any attention at all to what took place in their consultation process. Why, therefore, will she not hold a referendum?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, while I would appreciate a different tone from the member opposite, I don't expect it. That said, the people of this country, those in the pockets who don't normally get engaged in this conversation, those who face barriers above and beyond what members opposite can even comprehend, they deserve to be included in this conversation. So I urge the member opposite to come to the table with constructive feedback on how we can work together to ensure that so that those voices are heard.
Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about inclusiveness. You have a parliamentary committee meets with, say, 1,000 people over the next 6 months, which would be quite an accomplishment. Inclusive. Then, as the minister says, it goes off to the cabinet for a final decision. Not inclusive. Then, if she takes the advice that we're giving her, you go to 35 million Canadians for ratification or rejection. That is inclusive. Why is the minister opposed to inclusiveness? Why does she think that only her cabinet colleagues get to decide whether or not we get it?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to remind all members of this House that the final decision on what reforms we bring forward will be the decision of all 338 members of this House, and to believe otherwise is undemocratic.
Member for Calgary-Mindapore.
Mr. Speaker, the minister just said that the electoral reform stacked process she's recommending is designed to serve the best interests of Canadians and not our political parties. But let's be clear. They want a Liberal majority controlling a committee to opt for the preferred Liberal system, to be approved by the Liberal cabinet, to be adopted by the Liberal majority in this House, notwithstanding any dissent, including from 35 million Canadians. Nothing could be clearer. They are trying to rig the system by and for the Liberal Party. Why not allow Canadians to protect the legitimacy of our elections through a referendum?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, while taking advantage of their majority may have been the norm within the former government, That is not the culture within our government.
Member for Calgary Mindapore.
Mr. Speaker, so it is not the Liberal culture to respect the majority of Canadians on the precise question of how they elect their representatives to their parliament. This place does not belong to the Liberal Party, and the very question of legitimacy is at stake here, Mr. Speaker. It's absolutely clear if the Liberals thought they could get a majority of Canadians to endorse their rigged system, they would hold a referendum. Absolutely. Is it not true? The only reason they refuse to do so is because they know Canadians would veto the Liberal rigged electoral system.
The Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, this time last week, we took the first step. We delivered on a promise that we made to Canadians to bring together an all-party committee to review various options to study electoral reform and consider the possibility of online voting and mandatory voting. Mr. Speaker, that was the first step. That step and every other step from here on requires the collective will and leadership displayed by every member of this House. We need to display that leadership because the people who put us here are counting on it.
The Honourable Member for Laurier, St. Marie. Mr. Speaker, we learned today that journalists were spied on without authorization by the RCMP. We need an inquiry into this. Meanwhile, the Liberals have still, despite their promises, done nothing to fix Bill C-51, which in any event they voted for. C-51 is a freedom-killing law that gives unprecedented powers with no accountability to our intelligence services. When will the minister keep his promise and protect our civil liberties?
Sécurité publique.
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, freedom of the press is a fundamental Canadian value that's enshrined in the Charter. The unauthorized surveillance was entirely unacceptable. It was contrary to a ministerial directive. It was contrary to RCMP policy, and it was stopped when RCMP headquarters became aware of it, and the investigators have been reprimanded.
Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
After voting in favour of C-51, the Conservatives' dangerous and ineffective spy bill, the Liberals changed their tune during the election when they promised to repeal problematic elements of the draconian bill, quote, without delay. But 7 months later, the minister has accomplished nothing. Meanwhile, we have reports of unauthorized spying on journalists by the RCMP, and Canadians are increasingly worried about their civil liberties. Why are the Liberals breaking their promise on C-51 and leaving Canadian civil liberties at risk?
Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the plan with respect to C-51 was laid out very clearly on our election platform. Step one in respect of that will be taken, hopefully before this Parliament rises for the summer, and that is the presentation of legislation having to do with a new overview mechanism involving a committee of parliamentarians. Step number two was in the budget, Mr. Speaker. That was the creation of a new office on counter-radicalization, and we will be conducting major national consultations with Canadians to determine what further they want to see happen.
For Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, during the campaign, many of our commitments were focused to better help Canadian families. Measures such as the Canada Child Benefit and added flexibility for parental leave will help improve the situation of many Canadian families. However, another popular commitment was in regards to flexible work. Can the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour update this House on the government's commitment to flexible work?
Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Surrey Centre for the question. Flex work is good for families, for workers, and for businesses. We know from other countries who have implemented a modern flex time system, like the UK, that it results in a greater employee loyalty, innovation, satisfaction, and higher sales. At the same time, it also improves the work-life balance for working Canadians. I encourage everyone to participate in sharing their views on a modern flex time work system for
Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, now the cat's out of the bag, of course. The foreign minister caved into the Putin regime in exchange for a seat at the International Syria Support Group table this week. It's clear that the minister broke a Liberal campaign promise to implement the Magnitsky Act in order to secure an invite from his new friend Putin. But members of the Liberal caucus support the Magnitsky Act. Our allies support the act. So why is the minister turning his back on his colleagues and allies and instead embracing Putin and his thugs?
Mr. Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the honourable member for the opportunity to profile the promise we made to restore Canada's place on the international stage. Canadians are proud that Canada is participating in Syrian peace talks. After 10 years, we are being asked for our advice and our involvement. Engagement is giving Canada a place and a voice at the table. Our participation means that we're better placed to help restore peace and provide crucial humanitarian aid. As well, we call on all parties to return to UN-led intra-Syrian peace talks. Thank you very much.
A member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what's the point of being sought our advice when we are turning away from Canada's values and Canada's interests? Mr. Speaker, instead of implementing the Magnitsky Act, as promised, the foreign minister is now musing vaguely about making changes to Canada's Special Economic Measures Act. Another Liberal weak-kneed response, another broken promise. What this amounts to is the foreign minister tiptoeing around Vladimir Putin. Why is the minister shying away from the Magnitsky Act when our allies around the world have already signed on? When will he stand up to Putin and enact this legislation?
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's quite clear that the former Conservative government did nothing to address concretely the Magnitsky case. There are two aspects here, and it's important to understand Canadian legislation. Firstly, we already have the ability to ban individuals involved in the Magnitsky murder from entering Canada under our Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. And secondly, with regard to sanctions, the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development has been tasked with reviewing the Special Economic Measures Act. That's where our sanctions take place, and we all look forward to their report. Thank you very much.
Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the fact that the Foreign Affairs Minister is willing to trade appeasement with Russia for a membership in the International Syria Support Group and turn a blind eye to human rights abusers is appalling, to say the least. Innocent victims like Sergei Magnitsky are routinely subject to unjustified arrest, torture, and murder at the hands of corrupt officials. Will the Prime Minister follow through on the Liberal campaign promise and support the Magnitsky bill?
Now to the Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the attention that is being paid to the Magnitsky case. It's a horrendous, horrendous situation, and we obviously condemn Russia's human rights record. But I would like to say that our policy of engagement is allowing us to speak more clearly and more broadly to the world about our role and our constructive contribution to holding Russia and its deplorable human rights record to account. Thank you.
Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, finally the government has announced their replacement to the Office of Religious Freedom, but their proposal sounds more like something out of the British comedy Yes, Minister. It is quite simply an office of everything. In spite of lofty ideas, it's not clear at all what the functions of this office will be on a day-to-day basis. Now, the government could take some concrete action on international human rights by restoring funding to projects on the ground, which the previous office was already successfully operating. So why create an office of everything that will accomplish nothing?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we are proud to announce the Office of Human Rights, Freedoms and Inclusion, which reflects our ongoing commitment to advancing human rights at home and abroad. It's a comprehensive vision that includes all human rights, of course, including religion. And I would like to assure the House that the expanded office builds on the work of the previous office. For example, the External Advisory Committee on Religious Freedom will stay. To support our enhanced approach, we are significantly increasing the budget. The Office of Human Rights, Freedoms and Inclusion reflects the fact that human rights are universal, they are indivisible, and they are interdependent.
Member for London Fanshawe.
Another day, another broken Liberal promise. Liberals are dragging veterans, wounded veterans, back into court to deny them fair benefits. After Conservatives spent $700,000 fighting our veterans, Liberals are taking another cruel hit at them.
Shame.
Veterans have earned our respect. They deserve the benefits they're owed. This is a disgrace. It is shameful. The Liberals must recognize Canada's moral, social, legal, and financial covenant with veterans. Why are they breaking their promises and turning their back on our veterans?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
We acknowledge the significant contributions of veterans and Canadian Armed Force members have made and continue to make in protecting peace and security for all Canadians. I was given a mandate to re-establish lifelong pensions as an option for veterans and remain committed to this, and to all items in my mandate letter. Veteran stakeholders have asked us to get this right, not rushed. As this matter is currently before the courts, it would be inappropriate for me to comment further.
For Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Shameful. The Liberals are betraying our country and betraying our veterans. Mr. Speaker, during the campaign election, the Liberals promised to restore environmental protections to the Fisheries Act. It's even in the minister's mandate letter. Over 35 environmental organizations have called on the government to immediately reinstate previous habitat protections in the Fisheries Act. It's time for the minister to act. When will the minister make good on this commitment and restore the fish habitat protections?
Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and Coast Guard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member knows, and we agree, the Fisheries Act is an essential tool to support conservation and protection of fish and fish habitat and the sustainability of fisheries. I take very seriously, Mr. Speaker, my mandate to restore the lost protections of the Fisheries Act and look forward to consulting with scientists, environmentalists, Indigenous people in finding the best path forward to safeguard our oceans and waterways. We are currently looking at options to move forward, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the member and everyone that we will do it and we will do it right. Thank you.
For Durham.
Mr. Speaker, the Justice Minister has allowed a truce in the Equitas veteran lawsuit to fall apart, and her lawyers are back attacking veterans in court. The Prime Minister promised to uphold the sacred obligation our country owes to our veterans, yet his Justice Minister has turned her lawyers on veterans. Will the Justice Minister denounce these tactics and treat our veterans with care, compassion, and respect?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well, I thank the member for his question, and as stated earlier, remain committed to treating veterans with care, compassion, and respect by implementing the mandate letter as given to me by our Prime Minister. Budget 2016 delivered on a lot of those items, including financial security for many of our most disabled veterans. We will continue to work through our mandate items and deliver for veterans and their families going forward. This will be a new day for veterans, and our government is following through for them.
Honourable Member for Beauport, Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, we've learned from the news that the Equitas court case, where a group of veterans is fighting the Canadian government, is back on. The Conservative government had secured an agreement in this dispute after many broken election promises, such as returning the lifetime disability pension. The minister is now leading the government into a fight to reduce veterans' rights. Mr. Speaker, how can the minister explain this affront?
Veterans Affairs.
Well, let's be clear. The last 10 years under the Conservative government were nothing but a sham in terms of treating veterans with care, compassion, and respect. We have delivered on this extensively in Budget 216, moving on financial security for our most disabled veterans, for expanding the Career Impact Allowance and the Disability Award. We remain committed to our mandate letter. We will be returning to the table to ensure that veterans and their families are treated with care, compassion, and respect, and in a better fashion they were under the former government.
Honourable Member for Beauport, Limoilou.
Speaker, the Minister of Veteran Affairs appears two-faced in regard to the Veterans Affairs files. The Minister is now siding with the Department of Justice, who now choose to prevent veterans from obtaining benefits that the Minister and his party had promised during the last election. Mr. Speaker, does the Minister of Veteran Affairs no longer believe that the government has a sacred obligation to veterans? Hear, hear.
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well, I'm not certain if my critic has been paying attention to what this government has done, so I'll remind him. In Budget 2016, We delivered significantly for veterans and their families. We delivered on extending earning loss benefit from 75% to 90% of a pre-release salary. We expanded the career impact allowance. We retroactively paid the disability award. We're opening the 9 offices that his government closed and restoring staff to the front line. We're doing things better. You should applaud us for what we're doing.
Honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, everyone loves space, and space exploration is a source of inspiration, but also a rich source for research and innovation. Investments we make to deepen our research work in space increases our innovation capabilities. It also captures the minds of young people and promotes their interest in science and technology. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development please update this House on the progress of the Canadian Space Agency and the next steps of human space travel?
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Brampton East for his question and his tireless work and commitment to helping out our Canadian youth. We're proud of the $379 million commitment in Budget 2016 to support the Canadian Space Agency. And that is why I was honored to announce that David St. Jacques will be the next Canadian astronaut to go aboard the International Space Station.
Few seconds left.
See, this is a proud moment for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. This is an exciting new chapter for space and, of course, for the next generation of Canadians.
Our member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, a few decades ago, over 200,000 Sikhs lived in Afghanistan. That number has dwindled to less than 2,000 today. Afghani Sikhs continue to encounter social discrimination and physical intimidation, and now remain stuck in the surrounding countries. Mr. Speaker, why have the Liberals expressed an attitude of indifference toward the plight of Afghani Sikhs and failed to resell them to Canada under Section 13? Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, and I certainly don't think he's suggesting we've displayed an indifference towards refugees in general. That has been one of our major commitments, and we are not. We are also highly aware of the situation of refugees in other countries, including the Sikhs in Afghanistan, and I can assure the honourable member that this is one of the areas in which we are looking into with great interest and attention.
The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, it took the NDP pushing the CBC board to the wall to get some answers out of it. And you know what? They're acting like a papal conclave in there. I even think I saw a puff of white smoke. So since we've learned that they have 6 secret plans for selling the Montreal headquarters, but we don't know what they are because they're secret. A board of Conservative partisans meeting in secret to make secret decisions, like the minister said yesterday, that's a problem. And she promised that all board documents would be made public. So a simple question, does she commit, yes or no, to making all of the sale plans public? Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to say that our public broadcaster is finally focused on the future. Radio-Canada has 2 projects on its website right now that explain the historic and social responsibility of the federal government to the neighbourhood. And now I expect that CBC Radio-Canada will follow the next steps of a transparent process and be in constant discussion with stakeholders, would that be unions, employees, or the neighbourhood. And I would like to remind the House that Radio-Canada is independent, and it's up to CBC Radio-Canada to demonstrate that their chosen projects are good. Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the world population is affected by epidemics like the Zika virus, Canada does what it must do to protect its citizens and to support foreign efforts to fight the epidemic. While the Zika virus risk in Canada is very low, we must be vigilant and prepared. Can the Minister of Health please inform the House of what Canada is doing to fight the Zika virus here and internationally?
Okay.
The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague from Thérèse de Blainville for his question. We are taking every necessary measure to protect Canadians from this infectious disease. Last week, the Minister of International Development and myself had the pleasure of announcing that Canada will invest $5 million into the fight against the Zika virus. This money will be used for more research, for better testing, and for increased prevention of transmission through better control of mosquitoes and through better humanitarian funding.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have shown strong support to resettle thousands of refugees from Syria to Canada. Unfortunately, it seems like the number of Syrian refugees is more important than the care they receive. Organizations and churches that raised up to $70,000 to privately sponsor a refugee family were told they would arrive in February. Well, here we are, Mr. Speaker, 3 months later, and nothing. Nothing in 3 months. When will the minister make good on these promises and unite these refugees with their sponsors?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud as a Canadian of the overwhelmingly positive welcome Canadians have afforded to the Syrian refugees. The downside is, to be frank, the welcome has been so enormous that my department has not been able to keep up with the number of refugees generous Canadians have been demanding. So we have taken measures to guarantee that all those who applied by the end of March of this year, the refugees will be here by the end of this year or early next year. But Canadians have been overwhelmingly...
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister, and I want to start by quoting this from yesterday's unanimous decision from the Alberta Court of Appeal. Quote, "The declaration of invalidity on Carter does not require that the applicant be terminally ill. The decision itself is clear. No words in it suggest otherwise. The interpretation urged on us by the Government of Canada is not sustainable. In light of this, would the government be willing to entertain the amendments now before this place at report stage to ensure that C-14 is compliant with the Charter?"
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for her question. One of the things that comes out of that Alberta decision was indeed the need for a proper framework whereby requests for medical assistance in dying can be evaluated. And that's why in the bill we put forward, there is a strong framework for consultation of physicians and participation in that. In regards to amendments, they've already been studied at committee, and we have made our determinations around those. Yes.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of His Excellency Martin Schulz, President of the European Parliament. I would also like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Christy Clark, Premier of British Columbia. I almost said New Brunswick, pardon me. Brian Gallant wouldn't like that, neither would she. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. The Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to begin by acknowledging the hard work done by many of my colleagues that has brought us to this historic moment here today. From my own caucus, I thank the members from Surrey Newton and Winnipeg North for their tireless advocacy. They have petitioned the Canadian government for years to make the apology that we will make today. I thank them for their commitment to this cause. From the opposition benches, Special mention must be made of the members from Calgary Heritage, Calgary Midnapore, and the former member for Surrey North. Each deserves recognition for the work they have done to seek resolution for victims and their families, as do the many organizations that have sought the same, in particular the Professor Mohan Singh Memorial Foundation. Mr. Speaker, today I rise in this House to offer an apology on behalf of the Government of Canada for our role in the Komagata Maru incident. More than a century ago, a great injustice took place. On May 23, 1914, a steamship sailed into Burrard Inlet in Vancouver. On board were 376 passengers of Sikh, Muslim, and Hindu origin. Those passengers, like millions of immigrants to Canada before and since, came seeking better lives for their families, greater opportunities, a chance to contribute to their new home. Those passengers chose Canada. And when they arrived here, they were rejected. Ils ont été rejetés.
They were rejected because at the time the Government of Canada had passed legislation on uninterrupted direct passage. In other words, people who traveled directly to Canada alone were authorized to land in Canada. This measure prevented or would prevent people from far-off lands like India from coming to Canada, because at the time it was impossible to come directly without having a stopover somewhere along the way. When the Komagata Maru arrived in Canada, only a few passengers were allowed to disembark. Under the legislation, the boat and its passengers were forced to turn around and leave. Members of the community attempted to convince authorities to revisit their decision, but they wouldn't. And on July 23, 1914, 2 months after their arrival, the Komagata Maru and its passengers were escorted from the port by the Canadian Army. They were forced to return to India. 19 passengers were killed and several others were jailed.
Canada does not bear alone the responsibility for every tragic mistake that occurred with the Komagata Maru and its passengers, but Canada's government was, without question, responsible for the laws that prevented these passengers from immigrating peacefully and securely. For that and for every regrettable consequence that followed, we are sorry.
For that and for every regrettable consequence that followed, we are sorry and we offer our most sincere apologies.
First and foremost, to the victims of the incident. No words can erase the pain and suffering they experienced. Regrettably, the passage of time means that none are alive to hear our apology today. Still, we offer it fully and sincerely for our indifference to your plight, for our failure to recognize all that you had to offer, for the laws that discriminated against you so senselessly, and for not apologizing sooner. For all these things, we are truly sorry. I also wish to apologize to the descendants of the passengers of the Komagata Maru, including those who are here with us today. We can never know what your lives would have been like had your relatives been welcomed to Canada, the ways in which your lives would have been different, the ways in which Canada would have been enriched. Those possibilities are lost to history, and for that, and to you, we apologize. Just as we apologize for past wrongs, so too must we commit ourselves to positive action, to learning from the mistakes of the past, and to making sure that we never repeat them. That is the unique promise and potential of Canada. Nous croyons.
We believe that everyone deserves a genuine chance to succeed, regardless of who they are, where they're from. Every day, the Canadian Southeast Asian community is an example of that success and our success. We believe, we know that diversity is a strength. We are strong not in spite of our differences, but indeed because of them. And we believe in the values enshrined in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, including multiculturalism.
Mr. Speaker, before I finish, I would like to acknowledge one more member who has helped to bring the Komagata Maru incident to our national attention, our Minister of National Defence. In an interesting historical note, before entering political life, the minister was the commanding officer of the British Columbia Regiment Duke of Connaught's Own, the very same regiment that once forced out the Komagata Maru. A century ago, the minister's family might well have been turned away from Canada. Today, the minister is an essential member of this government and sits here in this House. Sits in this House, in a House that includes immigrants, that includes the daughters and sons and granddaughters and grandsons of immigrants. The very makeup of this House should remind us all that when we have the choice between opening our arms to those in need or closing our hearts to them, we must always choose the more compassionate path. When we see injustice, we must speak up and attempt to make things right. When we make mistakes, we must apologize and recommit ourselves to doing better. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a country unlike any other. We are all blessed to call it home. Let us always endeavor to do better and to be better. Let us do that in honor of the victims of the Komagata Maru incident and in honor of every courageous person who leaves behind family and familiar things to bring to Canada the very best of who they are. Merci.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
On the behalf of Senator Komagata Maru, I'd like to thank you and the President of the Senate Society.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to join the Prime Minister and all members of this House in gathering to reflect on a tragic chapter in our country's history. Comme Canadiens, nous avons
As Canadians, we have always taken pride in our country's commitment to our shared values of justice, freedom, tolerance, and human rights.
We have always taken pride in our country's commitment to our shared values of justice, freedom, tolerance, and human rights. And we are rightly proud of our country's openness to newcomers from all over the world. Canada has been enriched by the generations of hardworking men and women who have come to our country to seek a better life. Ours is a society that offers opportunity for all, regardless of your background. And it is a life free from the violence, persecution, and insecurity that so many have been forced to flee.
However, there have been times when Canada has not fulfilled these aspirations, and we must recognize and try to set right those periods in our past when we have not lived up to our values.
Times when Canada has not fulfilled these aspirations, and we must recognize and try to set right those periods in our past when we have not lived up to our values. We have to reflect on and learn from times in which Canada acted unjustly. The tragic events that we're gathered here today to remember was one of those lapses. When the vessel Komagata Maru arrived in Vancouver on May 23, 1914, most of the nearly 400 passengers on board were immigrants from Punjab. They were Sikhs, Hindus, and Muslims, and all British subjects, just like Canadians at the time. They were simply seeking a better life in Canada. 24 were allowed in, and the rest were not. The ship and its passengers were detained in the harbour for 2 months until they were escorted out on July 23rd and sent back to India. When they arrived in Calcutta, a disturbance broke out in which 19 passengers were shot and killed, and dozens more were arrested. This journey resulted from Canada's refusal to welcome them. It ended in terrible tragedy and great hardship for those aboard the Komagata Maru. It is for the refusal that the Canadian government, all of us here, stand today to recognize the terrible events that occurred when Canada failed to accept those seeking shelter in a new home. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, this side of the House welcomes today's apology. We wish to join with the government in offering a deep and sincere commitment to honor the memories of those who suffered and to learn the lessons of this tragedy.
This side of the House welcomes today's apology. We wish to join with the government in offering a deep and sincere commitment to honor the memories of those who suffered and to learn the lessons of this tragedy. Today's apology is the culmination of a process of recognition that began with steps taken by our previous Conservative government about a decade ago. This process began with the previous Prime Minister and the member for Calgary Heritage public recognition of the injustice committed against the passengers of the Komagata Maru in 2006, and it was followed by his apology to the community in Vancouver in 2008. That marked the first time that the Government of Canada gave official recognition of this tragedy, and the recognition was backed up by a deep and meaningful commitment to never let the memory of this event fade. Our Conservative government created the Community Historical Recognition Program, which offered support to Indo-Canadian groups seeking to acknowledge, commemorate, and educate Canadians about the Komagata Maru. This program supported the development of books, documentaries, websites, and other resources so that future generations could learn from this tragic event. Our government was also very proud to support the first public museum dedicated to the Komagata Maru, opened at the Khalsa Diwan Society in Vancouver in 2012, and the first public monument in Vancouver's Harbour Green Park. And in 2014, we're all proud in this House that Canada Post commemorated the 100th anniversary of the Komagata Maru with a special stamp. C'est grâce à ces mesures et à d'autres mesures.
It is through actions like these that we sought to recognize this historic injustice and ensure that future generations understood the mistake that was made. And we take these actions because we want to live up to our values.
Actions like these that we sought to recognize this historic injustice and ensure that future generations understood the mistake that was made. And we take these actions because we want to live up to our own values. We cannot change the past, but we can demonstrate that Canada has changed. No nation can grow without re-examining our past and seeking to move beyond our ancient prejudices. And we can show those communities who have been wronged that their tragedies are understood and their experiences are valued. Today, Canada's South Asian population is over 1 million strong. Since the Komagata-Maru, we have welcomed successive generations of Indo-Canadians to our country. These hardworking men and women are devoted to their families and their communities, and their presence makes our country stronger. They are integral parts of our Canadian culture. Entrepreneurial spirit means more prosperity for their families and for all Canadians. And they are public office holders at every level of government, having sought and won.
Order. We need Minister, okay? I need a little assistance. Thank you. Excuse me, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
They are public office holders at every level of government, having sought and won the support of their fellow Canadians as leaders. Their values are interwoven with ours, creating a nation that has been more vibrant and welcoming in recent years than at any other time in our history. Mr. Speaker, you only need to look at the recent tragedy in Fort McMurray to see how the generosity of every Canadian community can lift us all. One of the first to open their doors to the evacuees in Edmonton was the Guru Nanak Sikh Society, and the members of the Singh Khalsa Mr. Speaker, the members of the St. Khalsa Siwa Club in Brampton loaded their trucks and supplies and drove for days to reach Northern Alberta to help. These
examples of dedication, selflessness, and community spirit are evidence of the values that we all share as Canadians. The apology today is an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to these values.
Examples of dedication, selflessness, and community spirit are evidence of the values that we all share as Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, the apology today is an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to those values. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Outremer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor for my colleagues and for myself to participate today in this official apology for the historic tragedy of the Komagata-Maru. These are an apology that we have been waiting for far too long. The leader of the official opposition is absolutely right to highlight that the previous government, the member for Calgary Heritage, did indeed apologize to the community, and that was greatly appreciated. But now, here in this House today, we are making that act official, this act of contrition from all Canadians for this historic tragedy. Mr. Speaker, we all recognize that it was because of, and let's call a spade, racist policies based on exclusion that led to the tragedy, the Canadian tragedy of the Komagata-Maru.
It is indeed important to apologize, Mr. Speaker, and it's also important to remember why we apologize. You might recall, as I do, just a few short years ago when another ship arrived in BC, the MV Sun Sea, and the reception that they got with hazmats and protective gear for all the people going onto that ship. That was eventually struck down by the Supreme Court, but it reminds us that it's not just in history that these events take place. Those same attitudes can exist today, and that's why we all have to be mindful of our obligation to be fair to people who are in distress coming from other countries, as was the case with those Tamils coming in just a couple of years ago. New Democrats have been proud to stand with thousands in the South Asian community who have fought tirelessly for this official apology for the Komagata Maru tragedy. My former colleague, Jasbir Sandhu, referenced by the Prime Minister, led the fight for an official apology in Parliament, moved an Opposition Day motion to that effect. And my friend and former colleague, Ginny Sims, who is here with us today, spoke eloquently in this House in favour of an official apology and fought for a more welcoming Canada more broadly. Mr. Speaker, as has been pointed out, it has been just over 100 years since the Komagata Maru came to shore at the port of Vancouver. It was a boat full of people, full of families, seeking safety and a better life. They were prevented from disembarking, and the ship remained in Burrard Inlet for a full 2 months. You can imagine the conditions. They were denied basic necessities like water and food, and those conditions actually worsened, of course. In the end, all but 20 of those 376 passengers were sent back home to face grave danger. When the Komagata Maru arrived in Calcutta, police fired on passengers and 19 were killed. Many others were imprisoned. And let's be clear once again, it was racism, pure and simple, that put our fellow human beings at such risk. The continuous journey regulation was a racially motivated one, just like the Chinese head tax, which the previous government, almost immediately after its election, apologized for in this place, and that also did immeasurable harm by keeping South Asians out of Canada. Mothers, fathers, brothers and sisters were jailed, and worse, because they were not welcome here in Canada. It was a horrific chapter in the history of a country that has come to recognize diversity and tolerance as great strengths.
The story of the Komagata Maru is the story of a Canadian tragedy. People left their homes looking for a better life with the hope of making their dreams come true here in Canada. But they were deceived. 365 passengers were sent back to where they came from only because of their origins. They went through imprisonment, they were exploited, and worse, 19 were shot to death by authorities when they arrived in India. This was racism, pure and simple.
We finally apologize, Mr. Speaker, but we also stand in solidarity with those who continue to fight for freedom and dignity in India and in Canada. We owe it to those who were turned away more than 100 years ago to continue the struggle for justice, to ensure that this kind of tragedy is never again repeated. We owe it to them to continue building a more welcoming Canada, where diversity is celebrated, where families can reunite with their loved ones, and where the most vulnerable are given refuge, not turned away in their hour of need. The victims of the Komagata Maru deserve nothing less. Canadians deserve nothing less.
Mr. Speaker, we have the duty, in memory of the victims of the Komagata Maru, to ensure that such a tragedy never happens again. Together, we must build a more welcoming Canada, where diversity is key and where nobody is abandoned when they are in distress. I understand that the honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord seeks the unanimous consent of the House to add his voice. Does he have unanimous consent? Yes, agreed. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if there's common ground between Canada and Quebec, it's that both are welcoming places with people who are warm, curious, and very friendly. Our respective identities were created by immigration and continue to evolve because of those who are arriving every day. And that's why it's so important that we look back on this dark moment in our history. 376 people were turned away when they arrived in British Columbia in 1914 on board the Komagata Maru from Hong Kong. The vast majority of those were Sikh. 376 people who were made to be prisoners on a ship and who we sent back across the Pacific Ocean to a destination that everyone knew was very perilous. 376 people suffered, and suffered because of our ignorance and because of racism. Sending them back was justified by rules of the day that had just one goal: to send back those who wish to come here from Asia, because at the time, as we know, migrants from Europe were welcome. History shows us that Canada has not always shown an open attitude. The apology from the Government of Canada to the Sikh community means that we have a duty to remember. It's a duty for each and every one of us. We must remember all those who made Quebec and Canada what it is today. And we must ensure that we continue to make a place for everyone who will build the future of the country with us together. Thank you.
Would the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands also have the unanimous consent of the House to speak? Agreed. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci à tous mes collègues.
Thank you to all of my colleagues for this opportunity to add a few words.
Profoundly moving moment here in the House, particularly because we are so honored to have so many people here in the galleries whose families and whose lives have been directly touched. Although this was 102 years ago, it was a shameful episode in Canadian history. And to all of you here present, to all of your families, and to anyone that you can reach out to whose lives have been scarred by the knowledge that a country like Canada could turn away hundreds of people on the Komagata Maru, we are not just sorry, but we reach out and ask for your personal forgiveness and that you communicate that to everyone in your communities. This will never happen again. We know that because Canada is a changed country. Although in 1939 we turned away the MS St. Louis from Halifax Harbor, we know that racism and anti-Semitism and indifference and intolerance have no place in this country. So before closing, because many good words have been said, I thank my Prime Minister. I thank the Leader of the Honourable Leader of the Opposition and the Leader of the Democratic Party and my colleague from the Bloc. All strong words, not one of which with which I would disagree. But I want to add a thank you as the only leader who happens to be a British Columbian. I want to recognize the contribution, I think, of the first person in political life recently who raised the issue of this scandal, and that was the first Indo-Canadian elected as an MLA, Mo Sahota, an NDP from British Columbia, who raised this issue and fought for it. So he was also Minister of Environment, which is how I knew him. So I want to add my thanks to him for reminding us that it's never, ever too late. We are Canadian, after all. We're good at it. It's never too late to say I'm sorry, and we are deeply sorry. Thank you.
The House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings. We're under the rubric statements by ministers. Good. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian delegation of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association respecting its participation at the Parliamentary Transatlantic Forum, Washington, D.C., United States of America, December 7th through 8th, 2015.
Now we'll wait for a moment. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The
Honourable Member for Mount Royal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages of Canada the third report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights concerning its study of the main estimates 2016-17. Vote 1 and Vote 5 under Office of the Commissioner for Federal Judicial Affairs, Vote 1 under Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, and Vote 1 under the Canadian Human Rights Commission, Vote 1 under the Supreme Court of Canada, Votes 1 and 5 on under Justice, votes concerning the Administrative Tribunal's Support Service of Canada, and Vote 1 under Courts Administration Service.
Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member from Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the second report from the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, entitled Main Estimates 2016-2017. Vote 1 under Canada Post Corporation, Vote 1 under Canada School of Public Service, Vote 1 under Canadian Intergovernmental Conference Secretariat, Vote 1 under Canadian Transportation Accident Investigation and Safety Board, Vote 1 under Governor General, Vote 1 under Office of the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner, Vote 1 under Privy Council, Vote 1 under Public Service Commission, Votes 1 and 5 under Public Works and Government Services, Votes 1 and 5 under Shared Services Canada, Vote 1 under the Senate, Votes 1, 5, 10, 20, 25, 30, and 33 under Treasury Board Secretariat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, I have the pleasure to table in both official languages the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs in relation to the main estimates. And, Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I move, second by member for Winnipeg North, that the House now proceed to orders of the day.
This first. We'll read this first. Now I go to point of order, right? Okay. After I read the motion, Mr. Bagnall, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moved that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. The member for Regina Capella is writing something on a point of order.
Point of order on this particular motion, Mr. Speaker. During question period, the government House Leader said, and I quote, "No other workplace is acceptable to arrive at work, pull the fire alarm, and make all of one's colleagues cancel their meetings and committees. Today alone, over 20 witnesses will be disrupted at committees. It is their own motion that is doing that, Mr. Speaker."
The honourable member for Regina Capella knows that's a point of debate, not a point of order. And I'm hoping the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby has an actual point of order in which he can refer to some precedent or standing order, of course.
I certainly do, Mr. Speaker. The precedent in this place, of course, is to respect the right of vote, and the precedence as well is not to throw the House of Commons into chaos, which is what we've seen all this week from the government side. And I think it's fair to say that I would agree with the member from Regina Capel.
So, Mr. Bagnall, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moved the House do now proceed to orders of the day. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? No. Those in favour signify by saying yea. Yea. Those opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members. Move that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Hare. Mr. Hare. Ms. Qualtrough. Ms. Qualtrough. Mr. Sadler. Mr. McCallum. Mr. McCallum. Mrs. Philpott. Mrs. Philpott. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Goodale. Madame Joly. Madame Joly. Mr. Dion. Mr. Dion. Ms. Wilson-Raybould. Ms. Wilson-Raybould. Mr. Leblanc. Mr. Leblanc. Ms. Foote. Ms. Foote. Mr. Bryson. Mr. Bryson. Ms. Mahichuk. Ms. Mahichuk. Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan. Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan. Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Le Boutillier. Ms. McKenna. Ms. McKenna. Mr. Baines. Mr. Baines. Ms. Freeland. Ms. Freeland. Ms. Bennett. Ms. Bennett. Ms. Fry. Ms. Fry. Mr. Paradis. Mr. Paradis. Mr. Easter. Mr. Easter. Mr. Nault. Mr. Nault. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. McGuinty. Mr. McGuinty. Mr. Scarpellegia. Mr. Scarpellegia. Mr. Iking. Mr. Iking. Mr. Picard. Mr. Picard. Mr. Poisson. Mr. Poisson. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Algabra. Ms. Haidu. Ms. Haidu. Mr. Duclos. Mr. Duclos. Mr. Carr. Mr. Carr. Ms. Monsef. Ms. Monsef. Mr. Leslie. Mr. Leslie. Mr. Sohi. Mr. Sohi. Mr. Tutu. Mr. Tutu. Ms. Chager. Ms. Chager. Mr. Varani. Mr. Varani. Ms. Jones. Ms. Jones. Ms. Murray. Ms. Murray. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Beach. Mr. Beach. Ms. Hutchings. Ms. Hutchings. Mr. Champagne. Mr. Champagne. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Blair. Mr. Blair. Ms. Alislev. Ms. Alislev. Mr. Sims. Mr. Sims. Mr. Tansey. Mr. Tansey. Mr. Rota. Mr. Rota. Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Lemetti. Mr. Lemetti. Ms. Kara. Ms. Kara. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Duguid. Ms. Young. Ms. Young. Ms. Gould. Ms. Gould. Ms. Rudd. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Schiefke. Mr. Schiefke. Mrs. Cesar Chavans. Mrs. Cesar Chavans. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Lauzon-Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. Mr. Lauzon-Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. Mr. Chan. Mr. Chan. Ms. Dillon. Ms. Dillon. Mr. Dubourg. Mr. Dubourg. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. McKay. Mr. McKay. Mr. Cuzner. Mr. Cuzner. Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Cormier. Mr. Cormier. Mr. Pesky-Solido. Mr. Pesky-Solido. Mr. Alday. Mr. Alday. Mr. Amos. Mr. Amos. Mr. Hernandez Sangre. Mr. Hernandez Sangre. Mr. Arsenault. Mr. Arsenault. Mr. Aria. Mr. Aria. Mr. Ayoub. Mr. Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Bayless. Mr. Bayless. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bertina. Mr. Bertina. Mr. Breton. Mr. Breton. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. Mr. Bruce. Mr. Bruce. Mr. DeMoff. Mr. DeMoff. Mr. DeCourcy. Mr. DeCourcy. Mr. Diorio. Mr. Diorio. Mr. Drouin. Mr. Drouin. Ms. Zerowitz. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Assassi. Mr. Assassi. Petitpot Taylor. Ms. Petitpot Taylor. Mr. Khoury. Mr. El Khoury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Aolfson. Mr. Aolfson. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascatos. Mr. Fragascatos. Mr. Fraser West Nova. Mr. Fraser West Nova. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grewal. Mr. Grewal. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Hussain. Mr. Hussain. Mr. Yacono. Mr. Yacono. Mrs. Jordan. Mrs. Jordan. Mr. Johari. Mr. Johari. Mr. Kong. Mr. Kong. Ms. Khalid. Ms. Khalid. Madame Lapointe. Madame Lapointe. Monsieur Lefebvre. Monsieur Lefebvre. Monsieur Lemieux. Monsieur Lemieux. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Lightbound. Mr. Lightbound. Ms. Lockhart. Ms. Lockhart. Mr. Long. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. McKinnon Gatineau. Mr. McKinnon Gatineau. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Massey Avignon La Métis Matane Matapédia. Mr. Massey Avignon La Métis Matane Matapédia. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories. Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madam Shanahan.
Madam Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedo Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedo, Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Cedo, Brampton South.
Ms. Cedo, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Van Dam.
Mr. Van Dam.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemins Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Chemins Lévis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Kenny.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce K. Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Castor.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Iglinsky.
Mr. Iglinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Nadel.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopher.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barsalou
Monsieur
Duval.
Barsalou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands. Yeas pour pour 173, 173, nays, contre 141, 141.
Declare la motion adoptée. Orders of the day. I wish to inform the House that because of the ministerial statements, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes. Orders of the day. Before the Honourable Government House Leader rises, I have notice of a question of privilege from the Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As you know from the letter I deposited with your office this morning, I am rising on a question of privilege related to motion number 6, standing on today's notice paper in the name of the government House Leader. And I will, through my brief remarks today and in more detail at a later date, ask you to rule eventually that there exists a prima facie case that the privileges of members of Parliament have been breached by this draconian motion. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think you will find others that will want to intervene in coming days as well, and I include with that the parliamentary leader, the House Leader of the Conservative Party, the House Leader of the Bloc Québécois, and the Leader of the Green Party. I think they will all want to speak to this question of privilege. I preface my remarks, Mr. Speaker, by saying that this is a sad day for our democracy. Today, the Liberal cabinet, through their leader in the House, has introduced a motion that rewrites our standing orders in over 17 different ways, so that they, the executive, have unilateral control over all the procedural tools in the House. Pour tous les autres députés.
Now, for all of the other members, the Bloc and the Green, the Party, the NDP and the Conservatives, and even the Liberal backbenchers, this cabinet motion will impose a straitjacket on the House and will limit privileges. Mr. Speaker, these cannot and should not be authorized, and as the only person can make these changes.
Parliament, Cabinet, according to this motion, would not need to consult other MPs on the timing of debate, on when we return to our ridings for the summer, or at all, or even when MPs can go to bed. Mr. Speaker, so much for family-friendly Parliament. Liberals should be hanging their heads. Now, further, it would deny MPs the right to spark debates on the crucial work done at committee. It would force MPs to debate their bills in the middle of the night while ensuring absolutely no votes will interrupt the Prime Minister's beauty sleep, while opposition MPs have to be available, wait for it, 24 hours a day, and the possibility that a bill for which they're responsible is brought forward. Now, the list goes on in 17 different areas, through the course of more than a dozen clauses and subclauses that tilt the playing field in the favor of the government.
Mr. Speaker, I wonder how the government House Leader could justify this type of motion, this undemocratic motion, at his caucus this morning, or if, in fact, he informed them, the backbenchers in his party. Based on what we heard at question period today, it would seem that the Prime Minister doesn't even understand what this motion will do.
It doesn't merely, as the Prime Minister claims, allow for more debate. It gives cabinet ministers unilateral control over when the House adjourns. If he or she isn't happy with how the debate is unfolding, the minister can simply stand up at 8 p.m., at 9 p.m., at 10 p.m., at midnight, at 3 a.m., whenever, and adjourn the House, or keep it going until the next morning. It invests the power of a dictatorship in the heart of our democracy. Now, Erskine May's treatise on the law, privileges, proceedings, and usage of Parliament defines privilege in the following way on page 75. And I quote, "Parliamentary privilege is the sum of the particular rights enjoyed by each House collectively and by members of each House individually, without which they could not discharge their functions." Unquote. It is clear that the Executive is attempting to set aside those rights and privileges for all MPs other than for cabinet ministers. And, Mr. Speaker, when we have had more time to digest this draconian legislation, It affects 17 important areas in our standing orders. I intend to return to this House with a much more fulsome intervention. So I will continue another day, Mr. Speaker, where I will say this: no government in history has introduced a motion that has had or will have such a draconian impact on Parliament. Liberals should be ashamed of themselves.
I see the government House leader rising on the same question privilege, although I did see the member for Regina Capel rise as well. Member, the government House leader.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very brief. I've listened to my colleague's intervention across the way. I would just like to ask the chair to reserve my right to reflect on what he said and come back to the House and provide a more fulsome comment.
The honourable member for Regina Capel on the same question of privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to add some of my comments here as well, and perhaps provide a little bit more for the government House leader to consider as he goes and prepares his remarks. I'm going to keep my remarks very, very short, Mr. Speaker, because I think what most members of the House would like to do is debate C-14, a bill that could have been called on Monday, could have been called Tuesday morning, and could have been called earlier today before the dilatory motions, as the government House leader even said during the question period, without, in essence, they just pulled the fire alarm, Mr. Speaker. But simply put, Motion 6 is a disgrace and not worthy of a democracy such as ours. It is an affront to the dignity of this House and its members. Motion number 6 is a complete quashing of the opposition's ability to hold the government to account. It is the total disempowerment of certain members of Parliament. Members of Parliament who are sent here by 60.5% of Canadian voters. Motion number 6 is indirectly disenfranchising every one of those voters through the draconian measures set out. Beauchesne's 6th edition, citation 3, outlines some elements of the Constitution Act and our system of government, which I believe is relevant to this very point. It states, quote, Canada thus was ensured a responsible cabinet system with the assumption that there will always be a recognizable government with a legislative program. If the electorate so wishes, the system also presupposes an opposition ready and willing to attack the government in an attempt to have its legislation altered or rejected. More tentative are such traditional features as respect for the rights of the minority, which precludes a government from using to excess the extensive powers that it has to limit debate or to proceed in what the public and the opposition might interpret as unorthodox ways. On May 2, 2000, during a discussion of the rule of time allocation at the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, the former Clerk of the House of Commons, Robert Marlow, responded to a question regarding the Speaker's authority to protect the minority in the manner described earlier. The former Clerk said, quote, it exists intrinsically in the role of the Speakership all the time, where there could be the tyranny of either side, it could be the tyranny of the majority or the tyranny of the minority. My interpretation of what the Clerk said is that there exists a limit to what a majority government can do. In an earlier point of order, I described how Speaker Fraser ruled on the government tactic of skipping over routine proceedings in order to get to a point of time allocation can be moved. In one occasion in 1986, he disallowed it, whereas in other occasions he allowed it. If there is ever a point when a Speaker should intervene to protect the minority from the tyranny of the majority, motion number 6 is it. Philip Laundrie, the author of Speaker, Parliament is fundamentally about debate. It is also about the right to dissent in a civilized manner. Genuine political opposition is a necessary attribute of democracy, tolerance, and trust in the ability of citizens to resolve differences by peaceful means. The existence and tolerance of an opposing view is essential to the functioning of government. Mr. Speaker, I have more to say on this, but I'd like to reserve the right to come back at a later time when the House isn't up against the clock against such an important bill as C-14. But I do ask you to consider, Mr. Speaker, that motion number 6 is a completely unprovoked response to a situation that simply did not exist. I would invite the government to show me one example of a dilatory motion being moved by either opposition party when it came to the legislative agenda that the government is currently putting forward. They are unilaterally withdrawing every single tool that the opposition has to propose alternate subjects of debate. They are ignoring the good work of committees. They are preventing from preventing members of Parliament from debating such things as motions to instruct a committee, and they are completely changing the rules around the clock and the calendar. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to come back to the House at a later time, but cognizant of what little time left the House has to debate C-14 because of the tactics of the government, I will yield the floor at this time.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm is rising on the same subject. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. I would like to reserve the right to comment as well at a later date, but in a nutshell, it would be important to have an opportunity today to debate issues. But what I did want to say is that this motion is an exaggeration. It is a muzzle on top of a muzzle. It denies us our democracy. It may be a retaliatory measure aimed at the opposition, which on Monday almost caught the government off guard, and it's unacceptable to muzzle the House in that way. The government is preparing to do as it sees fit with the official opposition, all of the opposition, and that is totally unacceptable. I thank the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby, the Honourable Government House Leader, the Honourable Member for Regina Quipel, and the Honourable Member for Montcalm for their comments before the House.
Hills on the same question privilege.
Just briefly, Mr. Speaker, I just want to build on what the Opposition House Leader submitted to you and say that I too have great concerns about the motion on the paper. In particular, with one particular aspect of it, the fundamental responsibility mechanism in this House, Mr. Speaker, is the confidence convention. The 20 or so members of Parliament who are part of the ministry, who are the government, sit there because they have the confidence of the majority of members of this chamber, and it is that confidence convention that is undermined by the motion that the government has put on the paper, because by giving members of the ministry the unilateral right at any time to adjourn this House undermines that confidence convention and undermines the ability of all members of this House to hold the government accountable. And for that reason, I hope you find a prima facie case of privilege.
Thank my the honourable colleague for Wellington, member for Wellington Halton Hills for his intervention as well, and I'll take those under advisement. And now, orders of the day having been called, the honourable leader of the honourable government House Leader.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Health, that in relation to Bill C-14, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make related amendments to other acts, medical assistance in dying, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage, and one sitting day shall be allocated to the third reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted for the consideration.
Order. Honourable Government House Leader has the floor.
Speaker, should I begin from the beginning, or do you want me to sort of pick up where I left off? That 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of the report stage, and on the day allotted to the third reading of the stage of the bill, any proceedings before the House
Colleagues, we just heard arguments about the tyranny of the majority and the tyranny of the minority. I don't think we want to have either one of those tyrannies in this House, and there's a tyranny created by that kind of noise. So I'm going to allow the Honourable Government House Leader to continue, and I expect members to allow that to occur. The Honourable Government, if they want to stay in this chamber, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll pick up from, I think, where you rose. Any proceeding before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purposes of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Mr. LeBlanc, seconded by Ms. Philbot, moves that in relation to Bill C-14, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make related amendments to other acts, medical assistance in dying, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage, and one sitting day shall be allotted to the third reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of the report stage, and on the day allotted to the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. I
invite honourable members who wish to ask questions to please rise so that the Speaker has an idea of the number of members who wish to participate in this question period.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Mindapore.
Mr. Speaker, there is a convention since the beginning of this Parliament in 1867, since the very beginning of the Westminster parliamentary tradition, that on questions of morals, questions of conscience, questions of life and death in particular, that there is a tradition of a free vote and a free debate. Today, this government continues for the first time in parliamentary history, in the history of our tradition, to first of all, to threaten that there wouldn't be a free vote on the other side, and secondly, to end a free and open debate on this conscience question.
Is the first time in the history of this Parliament that the ancient convention of free and open debate on matters of moral conscience as they relate to end-of-life ethical matters is being curtailed. In 1968, the omnibus legislation that dealt with abortion and other end-of-life matters was open and unlimited. In 1976, the government bill on capital punishment was open and unlimited. In 1988 and 89, the various bills dealing with abortion were open and unlimited. That has been the ancient practice of this place, and the motion just put by the Government of House Leader is an unprecedented violation on the right, the prerogative, the responsibility of members to speak their conscience, to reflect the sentiment of their constituents on such fundamental matters of moral conscience. What gives this government the sense that it has the right, for the first time in the history of this place, to violate that ancient convention?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to agree with my colleague that this is, in fact, a matter of the utmost importance. We are debating a bill which is a matter of medical assistance in dying. It is something in which every member of this House has responsibility to provide leadership. We have been given the opportunity to represent the people of Canada in this House, and we are expected to provide legislation. I want to remind my colleague opposite of the unique nature of the circumstances in which we find ourselves on this day. The bill has been introduced because of a specific requirement of the government to respond to a decision of the Supreme Court. I believe that the members of this House are familiar with the circumstances that have led us to this situation. We are now facing an important deadline. It is a deadline that our constituents expect us to reach with success and with appropriate legislation in place. I want to remind members that the Supreme Court has provided Parliament with a deadline of June the 6th. And before that date, we are expected, all of us, to work together to put in place a complex regulatory framework around medical assistance in dying. We have a responsibility to do that well. We have a responsibility to do that in a thoughtful way. There is a tremendous amount that is at risk for Canadians if we are unable to successfully reach that deadline. And for that reason, we believe that it is very important that we take the appropriate steps to be able to reach the deadline. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I'm deeply disappointed that I must rise to debate time allocation on medical assistance in dying, Bill C-14. I voted for this bill at second reading, and I believe the record will show I worked collaboratively with colleagues on the Conservative and Liberal side of this House to improve the bill. But the elephant in the room, Mr. Speaker, is that the central feature of this bill, who is eligible for medical assistance in dying, is patently unconstitutional. It limits who is eligible to a narrower class of suffering people than the class who won a unanimous decision in the Supreme Court of Canada in Carter. And yesterday, the Alberta Court of Appeal unanimously said that the Supreme Court decision cannot be limited to terminally ill people or people who are at the end of life. Virtually all credible constitutional experts agree this is unconstitutional. For the Liberal Party that claims it is the party of the Charter, I find this so perplexing, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't comply with the Carter case, and it doesn't comply with the Charter. The government is threatening us with untrue stories of legislative chaos if we don't pass their version of the bill. Mr. Speaker, in the name of all patients who are suffering with enduring pain but are not at end of life, who are watching the government take away their victory in the Supreme Court, how can this government justify ramming through a bill on such a sensitive issue? Why can't the government let us work together to get it right for all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for the question, and I would agree with him that it's very important that we get legislation in place, that we make sure that for the sake of people who seek medical assistance in dying, that we make sure that this bill is passed before the deadline. My honourable colleague knows the circumstances in which we find ourselves. The Supreme Court has made it very clear to this House that there is no question but that Canadians must have access to medical assistance in dying. We respect that decision of the Court, and we have put a tremendous amount of thought and effort and consultation in place in order to reach this legislative bill which we have before us now. I want my colleague to understand the very serious implications that patients in Canada will face if this bill is not in place. My colleague opposite may be aware that I'm a physician myself. I have a number of colleagues who are physicians. I have worked closely with health care providers, and I can tell the member opposite with certainty that if there is not a legislative framework in place that provides protection to healthcare providers when that June 6th deadline is passed, that there will be people in this country who would otherwise be eligible to have medical assistance in dying, to give them the opportunity for a dignified and peaceful death, who will not be allowed because the healthcare practitioners will not have the support that.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. 1. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bégat on employment insurance. 2. The Honourable Member for Selkirk-Interlake Eastman on national defence. 3. The Honourable Member for Vancouver-Kingsway Health. And we must add 1 minute.
Member for Elgin Middlesex London.
and I stand here today as a member of Parliament who takes this job and this decision for Bill C-14 extremely serious. I actually asked the member and the Minister of both Health and Justice, recognizing that we've had time allocations, that this is such an important bill to so many Canadians, why could they not voice their opinion when we've been debating Bill C-6 and C-11, so that members on this side of the House, including members from their own side, can debate something that's so sensitive? I myself hosted town halls, took letters out to constituents, spoke to a variety of different physicians and stakeholders throughout this country, and our voices, I feel, are not being heard.
Hear, hear.
Regardless of whether we're for or against this bill, similar to our member down the aisle, I too voted for this to go to committee, and I am proud of that because I believe we need to have this open discussion. But this open discussion has been closed in our faces, and I find that extremely frustrating, especially when I'm trying to just honour my constituents' wants and needs. And I'm just wondering why the members on the other side have not stuck forward to the fact that Bill C-14 is important to Canadians, and they should have fought for Canadians when discussing this bill. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I would agree with my colleague opposite that this is indeed a very important matter, and I want to congratulate her for hosting town halls. I want to congratulate all the members in this House for the amount of consultation that has taken place. I want to remind the members of this House about how much debate has already taken place, despite our serious time constraints, that we have undertaken 23 and a half hours of debate in this House on this bill. There are 93 members of Parliament who have spoken on this bill. There are a number of members of Parliament who have spoken twice, the member from Montcalm, the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, the member from Kitchener-Conestoga. Both non-recognized parties have gotten to participate in the debate. I have had conversations with members of of all sides of this House with regard to the debate. I have been available, as has my colleague, the Minister of Justice, to address your questions. Now what is before us and what Canadians expect of us, is for us to move forward with this bill, to make sure that medical assistance in dying is available to Canadians who require it, and at the same time to make sure that adequate safeguards are in place to protect vulnerable people.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister has referred to debate at second reading. She also referred to the importance of listening to doctors. We know that Quebec did a lot of work on this issue, was a precursor on this issue, so I think we can give a lot of credibility to the Quebec College of Doctors. Dr. Yves Robert, Secretary of the Collège des Médecins du Québec, said concerning the legal void that the Minister has mentioned today, and which she is giving as justification for this debate, that this is a false time limit. It's false to say that there would be a legal void. There would be a legal framework, the conditions imposed by the Supreme Court of Canada if there is no federal law. The Supreme Court invalidated sections of the Criminal Code preventing a doctor from helping a seriously ill patient to die. And this would still be true on June 7th. So what is the urgency here? Why prevent parliamentarians from speaking on such an important subject? The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the colleague opposite for her comments and questions. She is right that we have taken great inspiration from the province of Quebec, who spent a number of years, as she is well aware, debating the details of what legislation would look like in order to put legislation in place for medical assistance in dying, a luxury that we have not had as we put this legislation in place. She also references the opinions of doctors, and I recognize myself that the opinions of doctors are varied. However, I want to point out to her that there is an organization in this country which advocates on behalf of excellent medical care and works with doctors. The Canadian Medical Association represents 83,000 doctors across the country. They have worked hard on this issue. They have done 2 national surveys of thousands of physicians across the country, invested a tremendous amount of time and money, and they have made it very clear that evidence shows that even though 29% of physicians have expressed a willingness to participate in medical assistance in dying in cases of terminal illness, that they believe that if there is not a piece of legislation in place on June the 6th, that physicians will be very, very unlikely to participate, and that will be a serious problem around access, and that is something that the members of this House have to take responsibility for. If indeed the member opposite believes that she wants this to be available across this country, then she, like all of us, has a responsibility to take the steps necessary to pass this bill. I will point out to the member opposite that the bill includes within it a commitment to make sure that we continue to study the pieces of detail that are a little bit further, require further reflection, further research, and we are committed to doing that. I give her my word.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as a new member of this House, I can tell you how extremely disappointed I am with respect to the government's actions. Like all new members in this House, the expectation among my residents in supporting me to come here into this great place was that I was going to be able to extend my voice on the debates. And as we've seen by the actions of the government, what amounts to effectively a basic dictatorship, we've seen debates that have been stifled in this House. And I want to remind Canadians, and I want to remind the government exactly what they said, what they handed to the Governor-General in the throne speech that's proving not to be worth the paper it was written on now. Canada succeeds in large part because here, diverse perspectives and different opinions are celebrated, not silenced, Mr. Speaker. Parliament shall be no exception. In this Parliament, all members will be honoured, respected, and heard wherever they sit. For here in these chambers, the voices of Canadians matter. Further on in the throne speech, and to give Canadians a stronger voice in the House of Commons, the government will promote more open debate and free votes and reform and strengthen committees. 4 times now. 4 times, Mr. Speaker, with C6, C10, C15, and now C14, we're seeing this debate thwarted. Why, Mr. Speaker? The hypocrisy on the part of the government. All Canadians deserve to know.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite has raised the matter of the fact that on a topic that's as sensitive and personal as this, that there is a great deal of diversity of opinion. I do not think that my colleague, the Minister of Justice, nor I need to be convinced of the wide range of opinions on this issue. We have respectfully and patiently listened to all of those opinions. We have worked with all of the members of this House to achieve a piece of legislation that we believe appropriately recognizes the fact that people need to be able to exercise personal autonomy, while at the same time respecting the fact that we need to protect vulnerable people in this country. The member may not be aware of the fact that the previous government, the party that he now sits with, in fact had the opportunity to address the Supreme Court decision a long time ago. In fact, it was February the 6th, 2015, that the previous government could have begun to take action on this issue. They could have brought this issue to Parliament at that time to be discussed and to be debated. However, it was never brought before Parliament to be discussed, except in a Liberal motion in an attempt to bring it forward. It was clear that from the delay with which the former government approached this issue, that it was not serious about developing a comprehensive and careful response to Carter. The task has fallen to us here in this House, to this Parliament, and to this government. I hope that we will recognize the important and nonpartisan role that we now need to play to make sure that Canadians will be able to access medical assistance in dying.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Quebec is an example, and it's funny because for years to come, the example will be of what the government can do when they put partisanship aside. And I'm talking about the National Assembly. When you look at what happened in Quebec, That was a good example to follow. That was a good example for Quebecers of what can be accomplished together when partisanship is put aside. But what we're seeing here with C-14 is quite a different legacy for Canadian democracy. We can see that the government's sunny ways have been turfed aside because this debate around C-14, all we're really seeing happen is this government go off the rails, breaking promises that they made during the election campaign. They promised to be different. Yeah, they're different. They're worse. How can the minister accept this bill taking such a different path than its, counterpart legislation in Quebec did, from setting an example to setting an example not to follow, a bad precedent? Is this not a bad example for our children to see how a government can proceed by muzzling politicians? The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, that's an excellent question, and I want to remind my colleague once again, as I alluded to earlier, that the Quebec situation was very different than the situation that we're facing today. The topic had been discussed in Quebec for a number of years. The government of Quebec was not facing a deadline by which time they had to put legislation in place. They put in place a legislation which I understand is working extremely well, and for that I congratulate them. It's a legislation that is in some respects narrower than the legislation that we have put in place, and that perhaps is an acknowledgement of the fact that the views of Canadians and the consultations have allowed us to be able to take further steps on this matter in recent times. But I will remind the member opposite that we unfortunately don't have the luxury that the government of Quebec had. We are facing a very important deadline. I have serious reservations about what will happen if we do not meet that deadline. On one hand, I worry about the fact that Canadians will not be able to appropriately access medical assistance in dying for fears of healthcare providers who do not feel that they have a protective framework in place. And on the other hand, I think it's important, and I haven't had an opportunity to mention this yet, there's very real concern that without a legislative framework in place, that there are vulnerable Canadians who will access assistance in dying when there are not adequate safeguards in place, and that responsibility lies with us all.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, and part of my concern is that the opposition members, or a number of opposition members, that are trying to promote a falsehood. And that falsehood, Mr. Speaker, relies has a great deal of concern with me, and this is the essence of it. And that is the government on numerous occasions, not once, twice, three times, but on numerous occasions, has afforded every member of this House to be able to address this very important issue. It is the opposition that has opposed the unanimous consent that has denied those members the opportunity to speak. This government has gone out of its way, Mr. Speaker, on numerous occasions to ensure that every member has the opportunity to speak on this legislation. The question that I have for the member, would she not agree if a member feels that they have been disenfranchised in terms of being able to speak, they need to go and talk to their House leadership team? Would she not agree with that, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his intervention and for his reminder of this very important fact. I want to compliment the Parliamentary Secretary for the Government House Leader and the work of the Government House Leader to try to find ways to address this crunch that we are facing. The fact that we do have a deadline, and I know that the House Leader and his Parliamentary Secretary have worked with the other House Leaders here to try to find a way that we can extend hours. I think it's been very generous of them to offer that opportunity to be able to extend hours late into the night. And I'm disappointed to realize that they were unable to find consensus with the other House Leaders to make this available. I hope that those of you who are disappointed about the lack of opportunity to address this will speak to your appropriate House Leaders on this matter.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
And she talks about maybe a quarter of the members that had the opportunity at second reading A lot of people expressed reservations, and there was a number of amendments made in the committee, and there's a number of amendments that we're going to be voting on tonight with no time to discuss it. So I have some simple questions. When did this come back to the House? What did we debate on Monday? What did we debate on Tuesday at the government's request? It was not this piece of legislation. They could have called it any time they wanted, and they refused to do that. We offered to debate till midnight each night, and we were debating C6, C11, instead of this piece of legislation. So don't talk to me about time frames in terms of getting it back.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank my honourable colleague for her question. I understand my honourable colleague has participated in some of the committee debate that's taken place and has recommended some suggestions related to this legislation. I want to thank her for her thoughtfulness in participating in this. The committee process, as my honourable colleague is aware, was an effective process. There were 16 amendments that were able to be agreed upon, several of them with all-party support. So I believe that there have been a number of opportunities on several occasions, both in this House, in the committee process, with a special parliamentary committee, to make sure that there are an abundance of opportunities for all members of this House to contribute. We will continue to work on this legislation. I hope that we will meet the deadline of June 6th and this legislation will be passed. We are firmly committed that once that legislation is passed, that the next chapter begins, that we look at those difficult questions around mature minors, around advanced directives, around the matter of palliative care. There are so many others, as well as what is the third one? The mental illness. Thank you. The matter of patients with mental illness, which is a very serious one. There are many unanswered questions. This piece of legislation will be assessed. I suspect we will be discussing it for decades to come. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, well, I have great respect for the Minister, and I'm going to ask a serious question. I hope she has respect for me in this House to answer it directly. The Carter decision, the Supreme Court, said clearly that people should be able to access physician-assisted suicide who have a grievous and irremediable condition. The issue of whether the condition had to be terminal was addressed specifically throughout the court process and rejected. Yet this government brought legislation forward before this House that doesn't adopt the Supreme Court's test of grievous and irremediable, but adds the requirement that death be reasonably foreseeable, or in other words, that the gloss, the additional criteria that the condition must be terminal. The Alberta Court of Appeal yesterday ruled 3-0 that is unconstitutional, does not conform with the Carter case. So when my honourable colleague talks about her concern for access on June 6th, does she not realize that she is going to deny access? This bill denies access to people accessing this bill or accessing physician-assisted suicide if it adds the requirement that their condition be terminal when the Supreme Court of Canada specifically said that is not required. So my question to her is, tell this House why she is proceeding with a bill that we know right now is unconstitutional and will deny access to many Canadians by requiring them to have a terminal condition that the Supreme Court of Canada specifically said is not required.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
I thank my honourable colleague for his question. I hope he will find that I will always treat him with the utmost respect, as he always treats me that way. And I thank him for all of his outstanding work as the critic for health for his party, and I look forward to many further conversations with him on this specific matter. And I think my honourable colleague knows, and I'm not a lawyer, but my understanding of the Carter decision, as I have read it and as I have discussed it with legal colleagues, is that the Carter decision was based on two specific cases. And it uses the term grievous and irremediable. And it very specifically makes the point that it does not presume to make a decision on behalf of all Canadians. It presumes to make a decision on behalf of those specific cases. I understand that within this House, even and across Canada, there are various interpretations about what the implications of that are for the terminal conditions. And I ask my colleagues to give me the permission to keep discussing this. I am aware of the decision that was made in Alberta yesterday. The decision made in Alberta specifically said that it was not a commentary about the Charter. It was a commentary, and it was not a commentary about C-14. It was a commentary about a specific case and whether it met the criteria for exemption that have been set out in this interim period. It is because of that case and the fact that we have not developed safeguards for terminality in medical assistance in dying that it forces to us why it's important that we get this in place. There is very clear, solid evidence that physicians, the number of physicians who are prepared to provide medical assistance in dying drops considerably if it is non-terminal cases. And if it is non-terminal cases where mental illness is the case, then it's even more unlikely that physicians will be willing to participate. It's a very serious matter. I look forward to further discussion and debate on this. We believe fundamentally that the legislation is the right legislation for Canada.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for, Chilliwack Hope.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this week, when the Speaker was ruling on amendments, whether to allow us at report stage to consider amendments, he declared this to be a once-in-a-generation piece of legislation, a once-in-a-generation opportunity for members of Parliament. And what we are seeing is rather than embrace that, the government is shutting off debate at every stage for this once-in-a-generation piece of legislation. There are many different views on all sides of the House. But earlier this week, out of spite for having almost lost a vote with their huge majority, they called Bill C-10. They called Bill C-6. They called debate on the Copyright Act. And after less than one-third of the members of Parliament in this House have been afforded the opportunity to speak, they've cut off debate. They moved it on a Wednesday, Mr. Speaker, so that there would be even less time for debate than on any other day in this House. There will be less than an hour of debate take place on this bill, this once-in-a-generation piece of legislation, due to the tactics of the government House Leader and this government. So is the minister proud of using procedural tactics to shut down debate after less than a third of the members of this Parliament have had an opportunity to pronounce on behalf of their constituents on a once-in-a-generation piece of legislation?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
I've already alluded to the fact that it's unfortunate that the debate on this did not begin in February 2015. Instead, we find ourselves in a situation where we are facing a very serious deadline. I would agree with my honourable colleague that this is, in fact, one of the most important pieces of legislation that we are going to be dealing with in this session. And I want to let my honourable colleague know that because of that, it's very important that we get legislation that is appropriate for Canada for now, that we recognize that there's a wide range of opinions, even in this House, and that there are many people who wish that we didn't have this legislation at all, and many people who wish this legislation went much, much further. We have found an approach that is right for Canadians. But I want to point out to my honourable colleague, we've made it very clear within the legislation itself that the day this bill is passed, that some of those more thorny issues, the more difficult issues that we will address, I have heard loud and clear from my colleagues about their interest in discussing the matter of advance directives. That is perhaps the most common question that I've been asked. We are prepared to look at that like any other piece of legislation in this House. We expect that there will be further amendments, but we have to get the initial legislation passed by June the 6th.
Il est mon devoir d'interrompre maintenant les...
It's my duty to interrupt proceedings at this stage and put forthwith all questions, the question that the House is now seized with.
In relation to Bill C-14, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make related amendments to other acts, medical assistance in dying, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at report stage of the bill, and one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the bill, of the said bill, and que 15 minutes avant la fin.
That 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at the report stage and on the day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively, without further debate or amendment.
À voix immédiatement et successivement, sans plus ample débat ni amendement. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? All those in favor, please say yea. All those opposed, please say nay. I would say that the yeas have it, in my opinion. Call in the members.
photographs are allowed, folks. Members, order, order, order. Members should put away their black, are not allowed to take photographs in here. Order, order, order. Members will restrain themselves. Members will restrain themselves. The question is the following one. Mr. LeBlanc, seconded by Mrs. Philpott, moved in relation to Bill C-14, an act to amend the criminal code and to make related amendments to other acts, medical assistance in dying, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at report stage of the bill, and one sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill. And that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders in the day allotted to the consideration at report stage, and on the day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. And now, if members will order, I will turn to the member for New Westminster Burnaby for a brief point of order, if that's what it is, or a question of privilege, whichever it is.
Mr. Speaker, I have never seen, I've been in this House now for 12 years, I have never seen what just transpired on the House of Commons. We had the Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Prime Minister, step into a group of opposition MPs, push aside members of the NDP opposition, and manhandle.
Order. Order. I encourage members on both sides I want to hear the members' argument.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He elbowed the member from Berthier Mascot. And Mr. Speaker, he manhandled the whip of the official opposition. Physical force in this House is never permitted, is never welcome, and it is entirely inappropriate. The actions of the Prime Minister, I have never seen any member of the House act towards another member or members as he just did, Mr. Speaker. And I submit to you that's entirely inappropriate action.
I see the Prime Minister rising on this serious matter, and I just order. I've heard the Prime Minister rising. We've heard the member for New Westminster Burnaby, and it was important to hear him. And now I want to hear from the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we were gathered here for a vote, after the time had counted down, I observed our whip walking down the aisle to proceed with the vote. I had noticed that the official opposition whip seemed to be impeded in his progress down the hall. And I felt that this lacked in respect for Parliament and indeed for the function that the official opposition whip is endeavouring to deliver on all of our behalf. I walked over to encourage the member to come through, and indeed offered my arm extended to help him come through the gaggle of MPs standing there, impeding his progress down the aisle, impeding our ability to move forward with this important vote. Mr. Speaker, in so doing, I admit I came in physical contact with a number of members as I extended my arm in, including someone behind me who I did not see. I certainly did not intend to offend or impact on anyone. I was simply concerned that, unfortunately, the decorum of this place has been impeded by the kind of preventing of the work that the whips are doing. If anyone feels that they were impacted by my actions, I completely apologize. It's not my intention to hurt anyone. It certainly wasn't. It is my intention to get this vote done.
I have a couple of comments for colleagues, and I want to hear from all members. Okay, there was an issue raised by the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby. It was not raised as a question of privilege, but the Prime Minister has indicated his apology for his actions. Now, just a minute. Members ought to know, first of all, that if one whip walks down before the other and takes their seat, then the Speaker, it's either whip, the Speaker then reads the question and the voting process begins. Nothing else is required. That's what happens. That's happened before. That's happened before. Order, 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 order. It is not appropriate to manhandle other members. And I take it that the Prime Minister has apologized for that, I believe. However, for now, that will, I think, conclude the matter for now. And we can go on, I believe, to the vote. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Schiffke.
Mr. Caesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Lausanne Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Cousineau.
Mr. Cousineau.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez-Sangre.
Mr. Hernandez-Sangre.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria. Mr. Aria.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Brewson.
Mr. Brewson.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. DeMoss.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Yeltsin.
Mr. Yeltsin.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Grewal.
Mr. Grewal.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Ms. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon, La Métis, Matane,
Monsieur
Matapédia.
Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Île des
Mr.
Sœurs.
Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sani.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedo, Mission, Masque, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Cedo, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Aides-Chemins, Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Aides-Chemins, Lévis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod. Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abou Taïf.
Mr. Abul Taïf.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gay, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Generer.
Mr. Generer.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Christopherson.
Mr. Davy. Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Mr. Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sansouci.
Madame Sansouci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 172, 172. Nays contre 137, 137.
I declare the motion carried. I see the honourable member for Simcoe Grey is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, the rules of this House are quite clear. It is an offence to the privileges of a Member of Parliament to in any way physically intimidate them or otherwise interfere with them. Today, I was witness to an extraordinary example of just such physical intimidation by no less than the First Minister of this country. And I witnessed as he strode across the floor with anger fierce in his eyes and face towards...
Order. 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 The member for, not Simcoe Grey, but York Simcoe, pardon me, has the floor.
Towards a group of individuals here, and I think the film will show, but certainly there are many other witnesses here who can speak to what they saw take place. And what took place was the Prime Minister physically grabbing people, elbowing people, hauling them down the way, and I'm sure his defense will be is that he was in some way on their behalf asserting their privileges. Well, that is not his job. It is the job of an individual member to assert their own privileges. It is his job to respect the privileges of every member in this House. O'Brien and Bosk is entirely clear on this matter, and that in a case such as this, the Speaker will normally find that the privileges of the members have been offended and that the conduct is unacceptable, and will make that finding of privilege. I will point out that the individual member, and I witnessed it all right in front of me here, and she is, I don't know if she's returned to the House, but she was so shaken up by the episode that she left the House. Her ability to participate in this vote was affected and denied. Her privileges were interfered with in a most direct and physical fashion that is unacceptable in this House. And I think you should make the appropriate finding in the circumstances, and I will invite any of my other colleagues who witnessed this to provide further evidence to the House.
I see the honourable member for Churchill-Kiewit, Askey, rising on the same point of question of privilege.
Point of privilege, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising, Mr. Speaker, because I as well was a witness to what took place here, something that I don't think any Canadian could imagine would take place in the House of Commons. I witnessed the Prime Minister walk over and manhandle the whip of the official opposition, and as he was doing so, he actually pushed my colleague
my colleague, a friend of mine, a young woman also who sits in this House, pushed her into the desk, and in fact, as he was pulling away, pulled her along with him and pushed her physically into this desk, Mr. Speaker. I am ashamed that, as somebody who sits in this House, to have been witness to the person who holds the highest position in our country, the highest elected position, to have done such an act in this House. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to say, and we were witnesses in this House, I also want to say that for all of us who witnessed this, this was deeply traumatic. What I will say, and I'm unwilling to make this political, but Mr. Speaker, if we apply a gendered lens, it is very important that we recognize that young women in this space need to feel safe to come here, to work here, to speak here. She can certainly speak to her own experiences. But I think for any woman, any young woman, and anybody who sits in this House, made us feel unsafe and are deeply troubled by the conduct of the Prime Minister of this country.
Member for Hull-Gatineau, the Honorable se lève.
Is the honourable member rising on the same question of privilege?
I too had witnessed this event, Mr. Speaker. I would like to not try to take this any further than that what has been described and what, frankly, Mr. Speaker, I think might have been exaggerated. But, Mr. Speaker, what I would like to say is that I did see the honourable member.
Order.
I did.
Order. We're here talking about members' privileges. We're talking about order in the House. So let's show the respect that we're looking for here. We're talking about his respect for other members. So let's show some, all of us, please. The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If one wants to exaggerate the situation and to make this into something that it wasn't, to make this reminiscent of a dive in the 2006 World Cup, perhaps we can go on. But, Mr. Speaker, what had happened was exactly as the Prime Minister had described it. And it was certainly not a purposeful, an intentional movement. The person was out of sight and behind the Speaker, behind the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, and it was only that.
Mark. There for a second.
Yeah, this is going well.
Good. The honourable member for Esquimalt, order, please. Order. We're here a little bit more. The honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sioux.
Rise on the same question of privilege.
we're speaking of privileges of members in this House, one of those things that we do in this House is we accept the word of other members. And I feel it's a violation of the privileges of members who just spoke to question their word.
Microphone wasn't on. I asked the member to start over, please. When his microphone is on.
On the same and a related question of privilege. In this House, one of the privileges that we observe is to accept the word of other honourable members. And the member who just spoke questioned the word given in good faith of two members who just spoke. I will add my testimony. I saw the Prime Minister, I would use the word charge across the floor with intent and shove people with the intent of moving the whip down the aisle. An intentional action by the Prime Minister, which is unacceptable in the House of Commons, the use of physical force. As part of doing that, he knocked one of my colleagues into the desk, physically shoved into the desk. I witnessed this, right? And then she was unable to continue in the House. Her privileges were breached by the physical actions of the Prime Minister. So I would ask the Speaker to rule both on the question of the violation of privilege by the Prime Minister and also on the question of whether we accept honourable members' word in this House or not.
First of all, it is. I see the honourable member for l'honorable député de Berthier-Masconanger se lève.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to express.
I was the member in question. I was standing in the center talking to some colleagues. I was elbowed in the chest by the Prime Minister, and then I had to leave. It was very overwhelming, and so I left the chamber to go and sit into the lobby. I missed the vote because of this. I just wanted to clarify and make sure it's clear to all the members in the House that that did happen. Thank you.
Order. I want to make it clear that we do accept the word of other colleagues in this House, and now I call upon the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take the opportunity now that the member is okay to return to the House right now to be able to express directly to her my apologies for my behavior and my actions unreservedly. The fact is, in this situation where I saw, no, I'm not, explanations, not, Mr. Speaker, I noticed that the member, the opposite member whip, was being impeded in his progress. I took it upon myself to go and assist him forward, which was I now see unadvisable as a course of actions and resulted in physical contact in this House that we can all accept was unacceptable. And I apologize for that unreservedly, and I look for opportunities to make amends directly to the member and to any members who feel negatively impacted by this exchange and intervention, because I take responsibility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mark? I appreciate the comments. I appreciate the comments of all the members who have spoken, and I appreciate the Prime Minister's apology. Having said that, I cannot help but find a prima facie case of a question of privilege, and I call upon the honourable member for York Simcoe to move the appropriate motion.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that finding. I will be brief and simple. I will move that the matter of the physical molestation of the member for Berthier-Masquinage be referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Debate. The honourable member from York Simcoe.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we have seen and heard evidence from everybody here that makes it apparent that such an occurrence took place, that the member's privileges were violated, as you found in your preliminary finding. And this is a very serious matter, because it isn't something that can be cured by a simple apology. We see that the member's privileges were offended to such a degree that her vote was lost. The most fundamental and basic right of representation in our Westminster parliamentary system was lost. Even the most heartfelt apology, and I'm not sure we had that, but even the most heartfelt apology is not sufficient to compensate for such a violation of one's privileges. And when one combines it with the physical nature of the violation that took place, I think this is a very significant matter. I've read about this stuff in history books from the 19th century. I have never seen such a thing in my lifetime. And as a result, I think that it's very clear that this House should move quickly to vote on that matter and have the matter referred to the committee for the appropriate study, appropriate recommendations, and to examine how we can avoid such an unfortunate occurrence in the future.
Debate. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, it's actually my hope not to debate this further. We're about to go, Mr. Speaker, I hope, to a serious debate on a very important piece of legislation, medical assistance in dying. Mr. Speaker, I would hope if you would seek it, you might find the consent of the House to send this to the Procedures Committee. We're comfortable with the committee looking at this matter. That's the place where this issue should be dealt with. And then the House could get on, Mr. Speaker, with this important issue of discussing medical assistance in dying.
Well, first of all, it being after 6 p.m., the House, if it were to proceed now, would be proceeding to private members' business after 6 p.m. Secondly, is the Honourable Government House Leader propose asking unanimous consent to adopt the motion? Is that what he's saying? The motion be adopted unanimously? No. Okay. Then it seems the debate would continue in that case. L'honorable député de Beauport, Côte de Beauport.
Mr. Speaker, when we carry the title of Prime Minister of Canada, it is important that we behave in such a way as to represent Canada. This was incredibly. This shows that he is utterly incapable of holding himself as the Prime Minister of Canada.
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is a very, very serious matter, and I would hope that the Prime Minister would be here to listen to the words of opposition members.
The member knows that we don't call attention to the presence or absence of any member in the House.
Point out that Justin left. Just don't say it.
Mr. Speaker, there is another element to this, which is I think, like most members of the opposition, we're still quite shocked by what we saw on the floor of the House of Commons. And there is not a parallel that I can think of. Certainly in contemporary Canadian history, we sometimes hear of members becoming physical in other legislatures in other countries, but that is not Canada, and that is not our democratic traditions, Mr. Speaker. Ici, on a
Here, we have respect for all democratic values. Sometimes we disagree or we don't agree, but we listen to each other, and that's what's supposed to happen. But there's been a deterioration in the recent weeks. The government doesn't seem to want to respect opposition members, and we're seeing that increasingly. We've seen it, Mr. Speaker, and it's for just the past few moments that I've when in fact I rose to address motion 6, which is another way of suppressing democracy here in Canada. And just a few hours later, the government presents an unprecedented motion, and we see the Prime Minister, who appears to give himself the right to physically enter into contact with the member for Leeds-Grenville, our member, the member for Bersky-Nanger. Mr. Speaker, it's unacceptable, completely unacceptable. And for the Liberals to laugh or to say, oh, we'll compare this to a soccer match, I find that very sad. Mr. Speaker, there are some Liberal members who don't seem to understand what the Prime Minister did, and that is completely unacceptable.
We've had Liberals laugh at this. We've had Liberals make jokes and compare it to a soccer match. And I think, Mr. Speaker, I can speak for all four of the opposition parties, regardless of who did that, who pushed another member. If it was a member of the opposition, I've no doubt that member of the opposition would be the first to stand up and apologize unreservedly to any members where he pushed around. In the case of the government, we didn't see that apology, and the apology came in a very roundabout and mitigated way. Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity in this debate, and I hope that there are other members that will rise up to speak on this. This is an opportunity for all members to say very clearly to the Prime Minister or anyone else who would like to push physical altercations here on the floor of the House of Commons that in Canadian democracy we listen, but we do not hit or push or manhandle. We respect each other despite our differences, Mr. Speaker. That should be the message that comes from all members today.
My apologies to members. We should be going to questions and comments, which I'll do now. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for King Vaughan. Better be careful.
I was actually standing to make a comment. I will try to turn it into a question. My comment was basically from the perspective where I witnessed the whole episode, and I will come to my question, so please let me frame my question. So I witnessed the whole episode, and I would like to ask my colleague who is bringing this forward, is it not important to understand intent? And there is no way, so what?
Let me say again that we are talking fundamentally here about respect for each other and the kind of respect that we want to see shown in this place for each other. So I urge colleagues to do that now, whether they like what they hear or not. That's the whole point of showing respect for each other in this place. Even if you don't like what you hear, you still have to do it. The Honourable Member for King Vaughan has the floor.
So what I witnessed was the Prime Minister striding across and coming to the group that was gathered and blocking the way of the opposition House Leader. As he strode across, the group moved apart, and he reached through and moved the House Leader through. At the point that he did bump into another member. but I believe there was no intent to harm anyone or to actually bump into anyone. And what I'm trying to ask the member from the other side, is it not important and relevant whether there was a real intent to do any harm here or whether it was an accident?
Right. Second. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And given the gravity of what just transpired on the floor, I still find it difficult to understand why Liberals members are questioning or trying to, in some way, justify what is unacceptable. It doesn't matter which member did it to whom. It is absolutely not justifiable to hit or push or manhandle any member of Parliament at any time, in any place. It is simply not acceptable. Not acceptable. I fail to understand why that government members do not understand that it is simply unacceptable what transpired tonight. And a half roundabout apology minutes, 20 minutes later, simply, I don't think, conveys the importance of apologizing unreservedly right away for actions that were wholly and totally and always inappropriate.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Central Okanagan's Milkmain Nicolet.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious issue, and I'm glad that we have so many members of here to be able to debate on this important motion. Mr. Speaker, I think all of us agree that any material breach of a members of Parliament's privilege needs to be addressed as quickly as possible. Now, the Honourable Speaker has said that this behaviour is unacceptable. Obviously, he believes that there's been a breach in those privileges. Does he not agree, Mr. Speaker, that no one, when you have the embodiment of the government involved in stopping a member of Parliament carrying out their duties for their constituents, is there no greater material breach? And if the member could comment on that.
For Burnaby.
It's very clear to me. I thank the member for his question, and it's very clear to me. And Mr. Speaker, you've ruled in the only way you could rule to the motion from the member from York Simcoe that it is a breach of parliamentary privilege. But beyond that, that behaviour is inappropriate on the floor of the House of Commons. It is inappropriate in a community centre. It is inappropriate on any main street or any park of any of our cities in Canada. It is simply inappropriate. There is no other way to put it, Mr. Speaker. It was inappropriate to physically assault two members. It is inappropriate to drag a member halfway across the House of Commons. It is still surprising, I think, to all of us on the opposition side who saw it. And yet we have members on the government side that are trying to justify it and don't seem convinced. And this debate will continue, I think, and there are other members that will contribute to this debate. But the debate will continue until we have every member of the government side saying this is inappropriate. Physical violence is inappropriate, and we will not permit that from anyone, even the Prime Minister of Canada.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Churchill, Hewitt-Nukaski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to in my colleague's comments, he referred to what happened here as being unacceptable anywhere, and I think, Mr. Speaker, what my question would be is if you could speak to just how unacceptable what took place in this House was. I mean, we as parliamentarians are counted on to come forward with policy, with legislation, when it comes to harassment, when it comes to bullying, when it comes to ensuring safe workplaces, when it comes to fighting violence against women, when it comes to fighting sexual violence. And here what took place in this House was physical violence. In fact, you know, we know, and outside, people would call what happened here assault. So, Mr. Speaker, when we are talking about something as serious as what took place in this House, would my colleague, would anyone in this House find this, would anyone in this House or anywhere across this country find that kind of conduct, not just of a Prime Minister, but of anyone, acceptable?
Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
C'est très clair.
It is clearly unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Unacceptable in a community centre, here in the House of Commons, unacceptable in a workplace, in a park, in our communities. I think that all Canadians understand that. There are people here on both sides of the House who have experienced violence in their families. In my case, my aunt was beaten to death. We know that small acts of violence can lead to larger acts of violence. That is why we must have a policy of zero tolerance for violence. Zero tolerance, period. We cannot accept it. We cannot excuse it. We cannot compare it to a soccer match, as the member for Hull-Aylmer did. Incredible. I can't even understand his remarks. It's saying it's like a soccer match. That is inexcusable, the comments that we've seen from the government benches since the Prime Minister did what he did. I'm happy that the member for Churchill has raised this. It's unacceptable, period. Physical violence is unacceptable, period. We do not accept violence. Minor, major, regardless, it's not acceptable.
You can go on debate. You should get to your chair if you want to do that. There's time for one other short question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been torn about trying to intervene on what I saw or didn't see, but I felt I had to rise because my friend, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby, at one point spoke for me as all four parties in opposition. And I just want to try, if possible, to put some oil on troubled waters, bridges over troubled waters. Forgive me. What we saw was unacceptable, but let's keep perspective. What I saw that was unwise and unacceptable was that the Prime Minister deliberately tried to move a vote along. There was some mischief. Let's face it, there was some mischief on the floor. There was. There was an attempt to slow down the vote. There's no doubt about that, but it was innocent mischief. Let me finish what I'm saying. I'm trying to keep perspective.
Order. Order, 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 order. Member didn't sit down, stood up. I implore colleagues, this is a debate which members are going to have very strong feelings about, and they're not all going to agree, but it's a debate about respect for each other and for this place. So I implore colleagues to help with the image of this place now, by showing respect for each other. Order. The members for Kenora and Windsor West will come to order. Order. We'll now hear again the member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have respect for everyone in this place, but I also have respect for all Canadians, and I think an attempt at a reflection on what just transpired could be useful for Canadians. It was most unwise of the Prime Minister to attempt to move along the vote by moving along the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau. That movement was clearly a contact that was unwanted. But the second contact with my friend, the member for Berthier, Ms. Cononge, which is certainly the one that was the most emotional for the member involved, was clearly, from my perspective, I confirm what the member for King Vaughan's representative said, unintentional. And I have to say that I saw the Prime Minister approaching and following the honourable member, trying to reach her and saying how very sorry he was. He had not seen her behind him. That is the truth. Now, you can like it or you cannot like it, but nothing that happened here today reflects well on us. We do not want to start looking like the House of Commons. We do not want to be the House of Commons for some country that other countries watch on CNN and wonder what's become of us. We are grown-ups.
I'm going to ask the honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby, to keep his answer quite short.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think the point that the member is making is exactly the same point that we are all making. Physical violence is unacceptable. And whether or not it was intended to push or elbow another member, it is inappropriate. And it was absolutely inappropriate to manhandle the whip of the official opposition. And so I would hope that all members would join together, not excusing, not explaining, not making references to soccer matches, but join together to say a physical confrontation or pushing of any nature is unacceptable in this place and unacceptable across the country.
Debate. The honourable member, the honourable Chief Government Whip.
It's a point of order, I think.
Mr. Speaker, an emotional issue on an emotional day. There's been an unreserved apology from the right honourable member. An unreserved apology. May I suggest that, as proposed by the right honourable member opposite, that we forward this to the appropriate committee and let the ruling unfold as it may.
So I gather, I think the honourable member was asking unanimous consent to adopt the motion. But it sounds like there's no unanimous consent at this point to do that. So the member had the floor on debate if he wishes to continue, but because we'll go to questions and comments now. Questions and comments. Oh, it was a point of order. It was a point of order. Excuse me. It was a point of order. Okay, debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have a few thoughts that I would like to share with members. One of the things that's really important to recognize, I believe, Mr. Speaker, is that at the end of the day, what we have witnessed is something in which no doubt all of us will want to reflect on. And I would ask members to be courteous as I try to express what my thoughts and feelings are with respect to the issue. Mr. Speaker, I have had the opportunity through many, many years of being a parliamentarian, most of it, 25 years, in opposition. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that there have been other occasions. What I look in terms of, for example, that took place in the 90s, no, I'm speaking on the motion for the member, and if he was tentative in listening, he would understand the point. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to reflect on an issue that, and I use it just as an example. There was a very heated debate inside the Manitoba legislature that had taken place during the 90s, where I witnessed members from the opposition coming forward, approaching the Premier's bench, shaking fists, suggestions of violence and so forth, Mr. Speaker. I believe at the end of the day, when I reflect on that and what took place there, what I reflect on is that at the time there was a great deal of emotion around an issue that was being debated inside the chamber. Mr. Speaker, I sat very patiently listening to other members address which is a very serious issue. I would ask that they respond in kind and listen in terms of what it is that I have to say on this very important issue. Mr. Speaker, we do need to take and put things into a perspective, much like what I did back in the 90s when there was issues that took place where we had members leaving their seats, suggesting all sorts of behavioral issues, many of which I saw today that included the Prime Minister and others, Mr. Speaker. I do believe that the government House Leader, in a responsible fashion, has made the suggestion that we allow the matter to go before Procedures in House Affairs, where in fact we will have a good, healthy discussion where we can take into consideration many aspects of what it is that we witnessed here today, Mr. Speaker. That is indeed the responsible thing for us to do. To be able to continue on understanding the perception in terms of what has taken place over the last couple of days, I know firsthand because I participated in it, as many members have. There has been a very emotional debate with respect to C-14, as the government has attempted on numerous occasions to be able to allow that debate to go on so that all members would in fact be able to speak. On the other side, Mr. Speaker, we have seen the opposition try.
Order. Order. I have a point of order. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, as much as we generally take a liberal attitude towards topicality in this place, we are debating a question of such importance, and the honourable member is now trying to divert this to make this about a completely different issue, to argue about things like extending debate hours. I think this is totally unacceptable. We have a very important issue in front of us that Canadians expect us to deal with, and we need to have some sticking to relevance on this issue so that we can address it in a proper way.
On the same point of order, the honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
I believe that if you were to peruse Hansard, you would find that I'm absolutely relevant to the issue at hand. What we're talking about is an incident that had occurred not that long ago on the floor of the House. Using my parliamentary experience, I was reflecting on a similar incident from the Manitoba legislature that took place on the floor there, and I'm drawing the comparison, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the emotions of the day that took place there and how relevant it is to the emotions that we're experiencing over the last couple of days here on the floor of the House of Commons. I would suggest to you that it is, in fact, relevant.
That's on the point of order, I take it. Just a moment. Members know that while members are encouraged to keep their comments relevant, that the chair in all circumstances gives a broad leeway, but I do encourage members to keep them as relevant on the topic, and the honourable member has the floor. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will, as much as possible, try to ensure House members that we on the government side, I believe, are taking the matter very seriously. And this is the reason why, when we look at the motion that has been brought forward by the House Leader from the New Democratic Party, that we want to respond in a very favourable fashion. And that's why I'm encouraging members to recognize, if you really genuinely believe that this is an issue in which we should be dealing with, the proper way to deal with it is in the motion that has been moved. And that is that the matter go before the Procedures and House Affairs Committee, where in fact, Mr. Speaker, we will be afforded the opportunity, and I'm prepared to work the entire summer if need be, Mr. Speaker. We are afforded the opportunity to be able to hear what every member has to say with respect to what took place this afternoon. I think that it is very important as legislators, Mr. Speaker, as parliamentarians, that we recognize that the most valuable way in which we can contribute to trying to draw this issue to a conclusion is to allow the Procedures and House Affairs Committee to do what it does best.
and that is to deal with privileges. Mr. Speaker, I have sat on that particular committee. I have seen in terms of how beneficial that committee is in terms of being able to serve the House. I would suggest to you that if people are genuine in wanting to see this issue resolved and the issue of privilege resolved as quickly as possible, that we have an outcome, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that what we need to do is we need to allow the Procedures and House Affairs Committee do its job. And I know the membership of that committee is more than happy to make this a first priority in terms of their agenda, Mr. Speaker, and I suspect that you will find that there will be consensus from all members of the Procedures and House Committee in order to do that. And this is the reason why I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that what we need is to be able to see what we need to be able to see,
Order. The honourable member for Calgary-Mindapore.
Mr. Speaker, as you will know, the convention of this place not only is to be pertinent to the matter on the floor, but to avoid unnecessary repetition. And we are getting an endless string of repetition by this member who does not want other members to speak to the motion. I would ask that you bring him to order.
Thank the honourable member, but as he knows, that members have a broad leeway. I always encourage members not to repeat themselves. The honourable parliament, and by the way, in this debate, the speeches are 20 minutes each. At 7 o'clock, we'll be going to the late show, but the debate would continue tomorrow unless members were to decide otherwise, by unanimous consent, that is. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, and again, I must admit I'm a little bit disappointed in the sense that I sat very patiently listening to many members of the opposition talk about what they felt and express what they felt had taken place. And I believe that the government members have actually been very held themselves actually quite well in terms of listening to the emotions that were coming across the way. I don't think it's that much, Mr. Speaker, to ask that opposition members return that same sort of respect. And the point that I was getting at, and I believe does need to be emphasized, Mr. Speaker, is that we are, in fact, wanting as much as possible to see the matter brought to the attention of the Procedures and House Affairs Committee. I do believe that the committee is in a position to be able to deal with it. And, Mr. Speaker, when we take a look at privileges that have been brought to the House in the past, there have been privileges, and the most recent one in which I was involved in dealt with members not being able to have access into the House, and it was related to security issues where we had members that were unable to or felt that they were being impeded, Mr. Speaker. And I believe through the experience that I had in sitting in Procedures and House Affairs, what I had witnessed both publicly and while the committee was in camera was a high sense of goodwill and understanding, and ultimately the Procedures and House Affairs Committee was able to provide a report. I am suggesting to you, Mr. Speaker, that what it is that's been asked of, and even if you reflect on your ruling, is something to the very same effect. And therefore, I would suggest to you that the House would be best served if, in fact, we allowed it to go to Procedures and House Affairs. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that, and more than just suggest, I would like to move that move the previous question be put at this time.
Hear the whips.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Vaughan, moves that the question be now put. Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like a third of the members of my caucus, I've only been here for 7 months, but I spent 7 years in the National Assembly of Quebec. I was a parliamentarian for 7 years before this, and I have been watching politics for about 40 years now. What we saw earlier, Mr. Speaker, is something I've never seen. It was utterly unacceptable and undignified for any member, and particularly from the Prime Minister of all Canadians. Unacceptable. I will remind you of the events. I was physically here. I saw this from about 10 feet away. I was there. The Prime Minister got out of his seat, crossed the room, went through some MPs, pushed a few out of the way, took the opposition whip by the arm, and pulled him through, pushing an NDP member out of the way, and then went back and sat down. So at the base, Mr. Speaker, just that is unacceptable, and worse, not noticing that the situation was not going on, with the look of a frustrated boxer, went across the room again, went to talk to the NDP, came up into the stairs here to try and speak to the same colleague. It's utterly unacceptable. Utterly unacceptable from the Prime Minister. It's an indignity. It's undignified. It's not acceptable for any parliamentarian. Any parliamentarian.
Order. The Honourable Permanent Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, and one of the reasons why I do believe that this matter needs to go before the Procedures and House Affairs Committee is that I believe at the end of the day that we will get a better reflection in terms of what has actually taken place, Mr. Speaker. And again, I would emphasize that I have witnessed on other occasions. It was just a couple of years ago where I just stood on the other side, where I was actually speaking, in which I had another member come up approaching me in a very different fashion that one might have said was unparliamentary, Mr. Speaker. You know, we have to understand and we have to appreciate in the emotions of debate. At times, some things happen that we all wish might not have happened. And what I don't necessarily believe, Mr. Speaker, is that we should allow for any form of exaggeration, quite possibly, that might have taken place, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important that we stick to the reality of the events. We need to reflect on other incidents that have taken place. And the best way to do this, Mr. Speaker, is through the Procedures and House Affairs Committee, and that's...
On questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very shaken by the events of today. I've spent most of my adult life fighting against violence against women, fighting against violence in general. When I saw the Prime Minister, someone in this honoured House that we all fought to sit in, to stride across with such purpose towards us, and as he was entering the small circle of us that were standing there, he swore, and he said, "Get the bleep out of the way." And he pushed his way into the circle we were standing in. He grabbed the opposition House Leader, dragged him out, and in so doing, elbowed my colleague quite viciously. She was hurt. She was very physically hurt. And I want no member of this House to stand and say that she was not. And no member of this House to judge what she said. I also want to say that what we're talking about here is a choice. The Prime Minister stood up, made a choice to walk across that aisle, to walk towards those members. And in doing so, he chose that, and we're looking at here, we're talking about intent versus impact. And when we talk about violence, we talk about the impact. The impact is that my colleague's parliamentary privilege was violated, and she had to leave this House missing a vote. That is the impact, not to mention the physical impact that she endured. And we have to all ask ourselves, if this was our mother, our wife, our sister, our daughter, would we be having this conversation in this house? All of us have a duty to not accept violence. And when we walk through those doors, we wear that duty and that burden more heavily. And we should all take this very seriously today and say that we do not accept violence in this house. So will the opposite member please stand and say that we will not accept violence in this house, regardless of the intent. When it has an impact on another member, it is not acceptable.
Allow the Honourable Prime Secretary, the Government House Leader, to the brief answer, and then we'll go to the late show.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that it is worthy of noting that when we make reference to violence, there's two very quick points. One is that, Mr. Speaker, that we need to recognize how important it is that all members be allowed to vote. And there was other issues surrounding what had taken place. I happened also to be there, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to share those stories at the Proc Committee too. There's a lot more that does need to be told. It's not just a reflection of the Prime Minister of Canada. The second point, Mr. Speaker, it is about behavior. And I have seen some very angry faces in the past try to intimidate in different ways, Mr. Speaker. So I would be very careful about throwing stones in glass houses. I suggest to you we need to get this issue before Proc. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. On that député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The Honourable Member for St. Hyacinthe Bagot.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I have spent my life serving the community. Madam Speaker, rather. I've worked in community organizations. I worked at a refuge for women victims of violence. Tonight, I'm supposed to be talking about EI, but I never expected in this House as an MP to hear the kind of excuses I heard. I never even heard such ridiculous excuses when I was working with battered women. They never... people said, oh, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't want to hurt anybody. I'm sorry. There's no excuse. It's a privilege to be here in this House. It's a privilege to play this role representing our constituents. And I want all women listening today, and specifically those who've been victims of violence, I want them to know that we are here for them too. But now I will talk about what I'm supposed to be talking about. On February 26th, I wanted an answer to two questions, two concerns, because when you're talking about workers who lose their jobs, those are tough situations. And I'm hoping to get some answers to my questions tonight. Workers need the 5 extra weeks back for seasonal workers. We also need answers about the management of the EI fund. After 20 years of conservative and liberal reforms, the EI fund is in terrible shape, and it is incapable of giving families the help they need. The major reform that affects the most Quebecers and Canadians has to do with seasonal workers. I'm very proud to represent the riding of Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot. We're an agricultural riding, so we're talking about seasonal work. The various reforms to EI have hit workers in our region very hard. Workers are still forced to take work 100 kilometers away from where they live at 70% of their former wage. Regional employers are losing workers because those workers have to travel far. They have to accept other jobs. My partner works with the unemployed. That's how we met. And today, employers are calling a worker advocacy group. It's the employers who are calling worker advocacy groups to try to discuss the impacts of the EI fund reform, when it's employers who are critical of reforms to EI and they're asking worker assistance advocacy groups for help. I think that shows that the reforms aren't working, and I hope I'm going to get some answers tonight.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
Oh, thank you very much, and I appreciate the question from the member. And obviously, having been the critic over the last 4 years, a lot of the concerns that she's raised since coming to the House, those have been issues that I've been fighting for over the last 4 years in my past role. And that's why I'm so pleased that one of the priorities that has been identified by this government, and indeed by the current minister responsible for the employment insurance program, I'm pleased that the announcement in the budget was for $2.5 billion in additional benefits for the employment insurance program. She would know that the people that she represents, they will all benefit from some of the changes that we've made to the Employment Insurance Act. Madam Speaker, when you look at going from a 2-week waiting period to a 1-week waiting period, that's going to benefit 90% of the people that receive EI benefits. When you look at changes to working while on claim, and I come from a very similar riding where seasonal work is pretty much the foundation of the regional GDP. When we look at what took place under the previous federal government, we saw that changes to the working while on claim program really drove the economy underground. It hurt many workers. There were many workers that wouldn't take work because there was a clawback of 50% if you worked at a low scale, at a low wage job. The minister took immediate action on that and has made it a worker can now either apply for the rules that applied before the 2011 changes or the current. If you're able to work 3, 4, 5 days, the new program is enhanced, and it's of benefit to those workers that are able to gain that much work. In many instances, they're only able to get 1 day's work. And so the old system was much better there. So now the changes that the minister has made allow a worker to make that decision, make that choice back and forth. The other thing I'm really proud of, because I'm sure that my colleague gets the same calls of concern. We've seen over the last number of years wait times for EI benefits go from, when I was first elected back in 2000, a typical turnaround time was 2 and 3 weeks. And we've seen those wait times go to 5 weeks, 6 weeks, 7 weeks, even 8 weeks is not uncommon now. Madam Speaker, our minister, through her mandate letter, under the direction of the Prime Minister, has ordered a review of service standards. We're very much looking forward to that. Under the past government, all they did was continue to reduce the standards. At one time, it was 90 for a call center, 90 minutes call, and or 90% of the time, calls were being returned and picked up in 3 minutes. They weren't doing that, so they dropped it to 80% was the new standard. Then they went to 80% in 10 minutes. So that if you keep dropping the standards, and they're only hitting that 45% of the time, you keep dropping the standards, we are committed as a government to fix that. We are committed to make sure those Canadians that deserve those benefits get the benefits that they need. That's what we're committed to, and we'll deliver on that, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Hyacinthe Bagot. I started out working on EI when I decided to join the Action Chômage in 96 in my riding because the Liberal reform to EI at that time was abominable. Less than 4 out of 10 unemployed workers qualify for EI. What am I supposed to say to the other 6 who get nothing, who paid in their whole lives? What am I supposed to say to those families? Because when a worker has no income, the whole family suffers. Those who get EI, they wait for weeks to get their benefits. But 6 out of 10 don't even get any. It makes no sense whatsoever. Something's got to give. Workers don't choose to lose their jobs. They don't choose not to work. That's not true. Fundamentally, people want to put bread on the table for their families, and it's not right to tell workers, oh, we're going to take time and look at this. No, something has to be done and done now. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Workforce Development and Labour.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the supplemental question from my colleague too. She sort of jogged my memory with regard to access, and certainly one thing that we promised in the platform throughout the campaign was to increase access, and so the minister has moved already to make sure that access goes from the NEARI principle, new entries, re-entries. Those hours are dropped from 9:20 down to regional qualifications. So that's something that's certainly, especially for, we know that young Canadians, especially young people that are entering the workforce for the first time, some people that have been displaced from the workforce, those re-entry workers, they are going to benefit from those changes that are made. But as well, as she had said too, the waiting of the weeks, Madam Speaker, if I could close on this, that the review will certainly address those issues, and I'm looking forward to getting started on that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be able to redress a question that I previously asked to the Minister of National Defence. About a comment that he made, where he said that in reference to the Canadian Armed Forces mission in Afghanistan, that we don't need to repeat the mistakes of the past. And I raised the question as to, do you think that the entire mission in Afghanistan was a mistake? Essentially, Madam Speaker, the Canadian Armed Forces did an outstanding job in 10 years that they were in theatre in Afghanistan. A mission that started under the Chrétien-Martin Liberal government was continued on and ended by our Conservative government. And we know, Madam Speaker, that in that process, 158 Canadians paid the ultimate sacrifice in service to our country and in service to the people of Afghanistan to rid them of the evil that they had been subjected to by the Taliban. Now, Madam Speaker, there are some great accomplishments. Over 4 million children were able to go to school that hadn't previously been, and most of those were girls. The rights of women and girls increased after the Taliban were removed. The opportunities for education, for hospital care, for medicines dramatically improved after the Taliban were removed from power. And that's because of Canada and our allies being on the ground, carrying the fight to an organization that was brutal in their approach to their own people, and a regime which supported a safe haven for the training of terrorists, particularly Al-Qaeda, and of course the many crimes that they've committed around the world, not just on 9/11. And the amazing thing is that Afghanistan has a vibrant democracy today with successful presidential and legislative elections taking place. There was a poll done by Maclean's magazine, published the results of an Afghan opinion poll, which asked the following, and this is key, is asked if they prefer the current government or the Taliban regime. 91% said that they supported the new government. Fully 85% said living conditions had improved since the Taliban were removed, and 77% believed that the country was headed in the right direction. That wasn't possible unless it was for the efforts of the brave men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces. And, you know, they helped settle refugees, and it's just amazing what they're able to do. I don't see this issue of being a mistake. I see this as being a success for the Canadian Armed Forces, a success for Canada, and the recipients of that success are the citizens of Afghanistan. And so I was, again, say that I was disappointed with the minister's comments when he made that speech back in February. And really, if you got to remember that the regime that was there was awful, it was totalitarian, it was male chauvinist in nature, treated women and girls like they were commodities. And ultimately, Madam Speaker, we did the right thing in ending their safe haven for the Taliban, for the Al-Qaeda and other terrorist organizations. And so I say thank you to every Canadian, the 40,000 Canadians who served in Afghanistan.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Well, let me pick up where the honourable member left off, which is that we all agree that our military is outstanding and did do an outstanding job. As you know, Madam Speaker, there's probably no person in this House that has the experience in Afghanistan than this minister. He did 3 tours of duty in Afghanistan and saw it up front and personal. In fact, on Monday night, my honourable friend's colleague from Charlevoix, St. Charles, said, as a veteran, I'm getting to know the minister, and I also recognize his human qualities and experience. He's a man who wants to do things well. He's a good man. In another time, I would have gone to war with him. He will understand what I mean. However, now we are politicians. And unfortunately, Madam Speaker, that is kind of the point, is that my colleague wishes to make a point that the minister was not making. And I can only do, the only way in which I can seem to get the point across to through you, Madam Speaker, is to quote from an article in the Ottawa Citizen where the minister, the article is, a minister wary of ripple effects from anti-terrorism policies. And the article is in the context of a major foreign policy conference organized by Canada 2020 think tank. Minister drew heavily on his experience in Afghanistan, saying Canada and its allies had done a poor job grasping the ramifications of their actions in various conflicts. Quote, should we be patting ourselves on the back, end quote, he said. From a security perspective around the world, I think we can say things have not gotten that much better. In fact, things have gotten worse, end quote. The minister, and the article goes on to say, the minister has said the government is taking its time to decide the future of Canada's mission because it wants to understand the ripple that will result from its contribution. He said failure to consider all the implications meant that some development efforts in Afghanistan undermined what Canada and its allies were trying to do. Quote, I want to make sure we get this right. That's why we're making sure we're taking a bit of time to get this right and create this ripple that's going to lead to some positive outcomes, end quote. He said that a lack of understanding or situational awareness had undermined Allied efforts in Afghanistan, Libya, and Iraq. On Afghanistan in particular, where, as I say, he was there 3 times on the ground, he said that early efforts by some countries had helped create corruption, fueled insurgency, and failed to clamp down on corruption, which made matters worse. Quote, people have left, patted themselves on the back, didn't even realize what great work they thought they'd done had actually created a negative ripple effect. Madam Speaker, the minister speaks with a credibility and authority that no one else in this House can speak to.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm not questioning the minister's character. I too like the minister. He is a gentleman. He is a warrior, and as a veteran of the Canadian Armed Forces, I have nothing but the utmost respect for the service that he has provided to Canada. What I'm questioning is the words that he used to describe the Afghanistan mission as mistakes of the past. And I just want to draw light to what General Tom Lawson said, the former Chief of Defense Staff, when he was in Afghanistan to close our mission there. And he said, as our flag comes down today, we look back on our mission with pride, knowing that our efforts we have helped Afghans to gain the hope of a brighter and more secure future. And Lieutenant General Stuart Baird, who's the former commander of Canadian Joint Operations Command, said, at the end of the day, the question is, have we made and have we been seeing real progress in Afghanistan? And the answer is absolutely and undeniably yes.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence.
Madam Speaker, we can all look back on the Afghanistan mission with pride. Our people were exemplary, and the sacrifices we like to believe are not in vain. But did we do it perfectly? Of course not, and that's exactly what the minister is concerned about. And in another article, the Minister of National Defense said a surge of U.S. troops in Afghanistan could have been unnecessary if action had been taken at the first, quote-unquote, clues of corruption. The minister recounted what a ground forces commander in Iraq once told him to illustrate why the West must avoid repeating the mistakes of the past. Quote, today we are dealing with the son of al-Qaeda. If we don't get the next piece right, and the next piece is not the military piece, it's that political piece, then we'll be dealing with the grandson of al-Qaeda. And that, Madam Speaker, is exactly what ISIS is. It's the son of al-Qaeda. And the minister is very concerned that...
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin my remarks, I just want to say that when I was first elected, I got an identification card like every member does, and on that card it outlines the privileges of every member, and it says that every member elected to this House has the right to the full run of the parliamentary precinct unimpeded by no one. And what I saw here tonight, when I saw the Prime Minister come over and physically put his hands on the Conservative whip and move him along, was an absolute breach of that privilege. And I'll tell you, that was intentional. The Prime Minister intentionally put his hands on another member and moved him along. In the process, he bumped the member from Berthier-Masconanger, and I just want to say that's unacceptable. Madam Speaker, every year that Canadians must wait for progress on community-based care is a lost opportunity for progress and the kind of innovation that is so critical for our healthcare system. As hospitals overcrowd and our population ages, the time to build momentum towards a better home care service is now. In 1984, Tommy Douglas, Canada's father of Medicare, said this, "Let's not forget that the ultimate goal of Medicare must be to keep people well rather than just patching them up when they get sick. That means clinics. That means making the hospitals available for active treatment cases only, getting chronic patients out into nursing homes, carrying on home nursing programs that are much more effective. We can't stand still. We can either go backward or we can go forward. The choice we make today will decide the future of Medicare in Canada." Indeed, Madam Speaker, the same holds true today. The choices we make or fail to make will decide the future of our Medicare system. Madam Speaker, it's time to envision and actuate the next essential phase for healthcare in Canada, and that is transitioning from an acute care model to one that includes greatly expanded community care, including home care. In recent weeks, I've had the opportunity of meeting with a variety of healthcare providers from across Canada. Through these conversations, I see a clear, shared consensus emerging for a patient-centred, sustainable, community care healthcare system across our country. Recall the old saying, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Community care provides the great opportunity not only to deliver better care to Canadians, but also to save our system a great deal of money. We know that a patient in hospital costs $1,000 per day. We know that extended care homes cost an average of $130 per day. And we know that home care costs an average of $55 per day. While the fiscal argument here is plain, more importantly, we also know that Canadians will enjoy better health when they can stay at home and receive care in their community. Imagine if we created a new system where $55 a day were dedicated to each Canadian patient in need of home care services. Imagine if those $55 funded rotating visits by healthcare professionals. Monday, a visit from a nurse to help with medications. Tuesday, a visit by a personal care attendant to help feed and bathe the patient. Wednesday, a visit from the local paramedic to take blood pressure and assess health. Thursday, a visit by a speech pathologist and audiologist to preserve speech and assess hearing. Friday, a visit by a physiotherapist to help with mobility and so on. Imagine creating a healthcare system where prevention and care were brought into the home of each and every patient demonstrating need. Madam Speaker, with visionary leadership and the appropriate funding, we can improve the delivery of care for all Canadians, save money, and ensure better patient outcomes. Will this government do so?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate this opportunity to stand in the House today to discuss the Government of Canada's commitment to support improved access to home care services across the country. We know that the majority of Canadians want to stay independent for as long as possible and receive the care they need in their homes and in their communities. That is why our government has committed to working with our provinces and territories to support them in their efforts to make home care more available for Canadians across the country. Our goal for Canada's healthcare system has been and continues to be improving its efficiency and delivery, all while maintaining its universality, particularly for our seniors. Recognizing Canada's aging population, as well as growing rates of chronic disease, we must pursue a shift of our healthcare systems from a predominant focus on providing institutional care toward a greater emphasis on providing care both in the home and in our communities. After all, Canada's publicly funded universal healthcare system has not only been a source of pride for Canadians, but also a source of security for the middle class and those who are working hard every day to join it. While healthcare falls under provincial and territorial jurisdiction, our government is committed to working with the provinces and territories to ensure equitable access to health services for all Canadians. This includes collaborating to develop a new health accord that will support the delivery of more and better home care services. In October, Canadians elected us on a platform that will, among many other things, work to strengthen our publicly funded universal healthcare system and ensure that it adapts to new challenges. As part of this goal, Madam Speaker, we will follow up on our campaign promise to work with the provinces and territories to ensure that Canadians have more access to high-quality in-home caregivers, financial supports for family care, and, when necessary, palliative care. We know that healthcare across Canada is changing at a rapid pace, and our government remains committed to keeping up with the diverse needs of an aging population and advancements in health technology. And we will be an essential partner in improving not only outcomes, but also quality of care for all Canadians. Madam Speaker, though our government is only 6 months old, we have taken a significant first step in advancing the Health Accord as a federal, provincial, and territorial health ministers' meeting was held this past January. There, health ministers agreed, among other priorities, to work on improving home care to better meet the needs of patients closer to home, including those who need palliative care. Already, federal, provincial, and territorial officials have started preliminary discussions related to areas of potential change to support the delivery of improved home care services. Given the importance of advancing work on the Health Accord and our shared health priorities, health ministers will meet again later this year to take stock of progress and decide on next steps. Madam Speaker, Budget 2016 reaffirms our government's commitment to working in partnership with provinces and territories to negotiate a new multi-year health accord. This commitment has been applauded and welcomed by major healthcare stakeholders across Canada, including the Canadian Medical Association and the Canadian Nurses Association. Moreover, Budget 2016 also works to strengthen the middle class by providing immediate investments to support progress on Health Accord priorities in the form of assistance for innovations within our healthcare system. This includes $50 million for Canada Health InfoWay to support short-term digital health activities in e-prescribing and telehome care. This also includes $39 million to the Canadian Foundation for Healthcare Improvement to support its ongoing efforts to identify and introduce innovations in the healthcare system. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Madam Speaker, since the NDP first broke ground on providing universal hospital insurance in the 1940s, Medicare has come a long way. From hospital insurance, we moved to full medical insurance for all necessary treatment. And we've built a system that, at least in principle, provides health care based on need and not ability to pay. However, I'm still concerned that we have stalled in delivering the next generation of comprehensive health care coverage for Canadians. In my meetings with groups like the Canadian Dental Association, the Canadian Counselling and Psychotherapy Association, Speech, Language and Audiology Canada, and other health groups, I was reminded that many health services critical to Canadians' well-being remain outside of universal health coverage and must be paid out of pocket. We cannot separate mental health from physical health. We cannot separate oral or hearing health from physical health. Madam Speaker, I believe it is time for a national leadership to extend public health insurance into new domains of care to strengthen health delivery for all Canadians. Does this government share this belief?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his interest and advocacy on healthcare. Universal healthcare is indeed a core Canadian value, and I would like to reiterate the government's commitment to support the delivery of more and better home care services for all Canadians. As previously noted, while healthcare falls under provincial and territorial jurisdiction, our government is committed to working collaboratively with our provinces and territories to develop a new health accord that will ensure more access to high-quality, in-home caregivers, financial support for family care, and, when necessary, palliative care. Budget 2016 further highlights the importance of this commitment and provides immediate investments to support pan-Canadian progress on health accord priorities. While discussions are ongoing, we are working continuously toward the development of a new long-term agreement, including a $3 billion investment in home care. We look forward to announcing details once the agreement has been finalized. Thank you.
La motion portant que la Chambre.
Motion to adjourn the House is deemed moved and adopted. The House, therefore, stands adjourned until tomorrow, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.